Good afternoon and welcome to SSRi 6 hours of Silverstone, round 1 of our brand new Endurance Championship. Very sorry for the delay, just had a couple of issues with the server, but to see you through most of the racing this afternoon, I'm joined in the commentary box by Chris Hill. Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon. You almost forgot my name there, Steve.
No,
How could you forget
I
my
just
name?
forgot to say my name, that was all it was, mate, and we've just had the little bit of hassle there with the server. It's just thrown the timings out a little bit, but the cars are now on the grid and we can go directly to the track live and see all 38 cars we have on the grid this afternoon in their splendour and their beauty. Some fantastic liveries, but that qualifying session, as usual, the qualifying was sorted out by average lap times over 2 evenings of qualifying earlier on in the week, and on pole position we have Team Racing Point with an average lap time of 157.117, so pretty quick. Team SMR with a 157.3 in P2, Odyssey Racing in P3, Team Racing Point car number 77 in P4, we have J Dodge Simsport Blue in 5th, Team RNE ACC in 6th, Downforce Esports Team A in 7th, Sim Racing Holland 8th, Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsports Yellow, wow, that's a mouthful, might not be able to say that after 6 hours, in 9th, and 610 Motorsport in 10th, so some good qualifying from the top 10 there, but as ever, Chris, endurance racing, what does qualifying really matter?
It doesn't matter diddly squat, does it? Because as we've just been through the driver's briefing, we all know that they'll have all listened to the driver's briefing, and in T1 there'll be a pile-up.
No,
they won't. I know they won't. They won't really. I'm only joking, everybody. But yeah, the qualifying doesn't really matter a great deal on tracks certainly of this size. On shorter tracks, yes, it does matter because you've got the bragging right and pole position, being able to hold everybody out behind you. If you just think about Monaco, but unfortunately we don't race at Monaco.
No, but talking about that, this is round 1 of 6, and we are starting here on home territory for us Brits at Silverstone. Fantastic circuit. Going to be it's really good for an endurance race. Good open track, fast track, and yeah, should be open to some good strategies. But we do go for round 2. Is it to the Nurburgring, Chris? I can't remember now, to be honest.
Who of us? Oh dear.
Yeah, I think it's the Nurburgring. Then we go to we've got race 3 at Barcelona, 12 hours. Then we've got race 4 Misano. Then we have race 5 Donington, and then we have race 6 Suzuka. So we've got some fantastic circuits lined up throughout the year, and that takes us all the way through. I mean, Suzuka's December the 11th, so we've got a full year of endurance racing, a really good championship for the teams to get their teeth into and see what they can do, apply their trade, and see how the teams work out. I remember the inter-team battle with 101, was it last season, Chris, and 787, is that resuming this season?
Not the entire battle. Team 101 are racing today, and they have a sister team, Team 404, so they're launching a new attack on people, and I think they're now picking on Team 212 and 222. Rene, who was in the 787 team, is doing the live stewarding for us today, so we greatly appreciate that time. So he's obviously taking the time out of the racing schedule to do that.
Yeah, fantastic. We do have a team of live stewards, and you will hopefully we have a live audio feed to the stewards, so when they're announcing penalties you will hear it over the stream, so forgive us if we abruptly stop talking, which you'll probably be pleased about, and you can hear the stewards' decisions and penalties as they happen. We'll also back that up with a visual text display shortly after they've announced any decisions that they make, but they will be working very hard in the background. Hopefully they'll not be needed too much, but as I'm sure you're aware, racing does lead to contact, and contact leads to complaints, and that leads to penalties sometimes. So as we say, we're about to get underway now. They're just on the formation lap, just making their way around in an orderly manner, looking to get some heat into those tyres, into those brakes, and looking pretty calm. I mean, there's hardly any wind here, looking very A nice day at Silverstone, to be fair. Track temperature 24 degrees, air temperature ambient 18 degrees. Not much sign of rain this afternoon, Chris.
No, hopefully the rain will hold off, unlike the rest of the UK, which is normally throwing down at this time of year, as everybody knows. But we thought we'd get away from the storms that have recently plagued the whole of Europe and crack on with a nice event at Silverstone.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously you're not racing yourself this one. You've joined me in the commentary box, and I know you'll be here as much as you can. But we do have some other special guests joining this afternoon. We've got, I think, Damien, one of the stewards. He's going to come and join us at some point if he gets a chance to have a chat with us and just let us know how things are going in the stewards box. Maybe give you guys an insight into how they make the decisions and what they, what leads them to the decisions that they make, and maybe you can be polite to them and chat or not, depending on which end of the penalties you've been on. And we've got a few drivers lined up to join us as well, but that doesn't mean to say there isn't any more room in the penalty box, in the commentary box. If anybody else wants to jump in and have a chat at any point, you can. Obviously, also just a reminder, Pitwall Live is up and running, so not only does that feed you the lap times, the fastest lap times, but you can also have a look at the driver stint times, see who's in the car, see how long they've been in the car. Stint times this afternoon, Chris, is it 65 minutes max per stint?
75, my friend.
75, okay. So each driver is allowed to stay in the car for a maximum of 75 minutes. What that means is they can, if I'm going to shoot myself in the foot here, but I believe they can go to the pits, enter the pits, and that counts as a driver change. They can double stint, they can just stay in the car, but they must pit within that 75 minutes.
That is correct, my friend.
Good stuff, good stuff. So we are just going 2 by 2 now as they're coming round to take the green light for the first time in round 1 of the 2022 SRi Endurance Championship. So let's see what happens. Let's see if car 138 can get a good clean start, make it off the line into turn 1 and take the advantage of the start of what is a 6-hour race.
We will go green very shortly.
The anticipation is building as we do go green, green, green. We are go, 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 and it is a clean start, looking very clean at the front there, and he's managed to get that line in there side by side a little bit further back, and it's all looking relatively respectful actually. Look at the positive perception car there, they're usually good for an incident, but no, looking pretty clean at the moment. In the middle, David Wrestle doing a good job there to bring it through and not scratch that lovely livery.
We had a car on the grass there, didn't we? Very briefly.
Awesome sight lines there, heading down the hanger straight for the first time, and all looking pretty orderly. A little bit of jostling now still to try and get into position, but not looking too bad.
Very clean start. We have got a car trailing at the back. Looks like car number 4. Is it? That's right at the back.
Yeah, De Geese, he's just been off somewhere, and we'll have to try and have a look at that. We've also got Prince off there in the Lamborghini, not quite sure what's happened there. If I get a chance to have a look for a replay, I will do on that one, see if we can find out what happened to him. Just need to settle into a pace though, don't they, in these opening laps now? I mean, it's very, very difficult. Everyone's there, everyone on track is a racer, and you want to just push it as hard as you can, but it's looking like the BMWs are setting the pace at the moment though. 1, 2 and 3 for the brand BMW there, and we've got car 138, car 5 and 715 there up in the top 3, and it's just getting a little bit of getting the legs away. The team racing point, BMW is just moving away a bit.
Trying to break the not told necessarily. I've lost visual for a few minutes, but they are obviously trying to pull away as quick as they can to get on with this race, and it's up to the rest of the team to try and catch them. However, it's a 6-hour event, so there's plenty of time yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just on the search for some replays at the moment to see if we can find out what went on a little bit earlier on in that opening couple of laps.
We didn't really see any incidents, did we? So a bit surprised.
This is the
you don't always think.
yeah, Lamborghini the 990. Let's see what happens to him there. He's just centre of the shot there, as you can see, just coming round Stowe there, all looking pretty safe. But as he's coming through Vale, and gets a bit of assistance there, shall we say, from behind. So that could be one that the stewards potentially need to have a look at.
You have to excuse me, Steve. I know this is completely unprofessional, but what was the car that tagged them? Because I missed the replay.
Didn't actually see the number of the car that tagged them, to be honest. I'm just going to wait for the stewards' report. I'm sure they're on that right now. But it was car 990 that got tagged. But here we go. We've got a nice little quartet here, I believe. We've got O'Brien up ahead there, and he's Holtler and Cammarini. And then we've got Raymond. I really apologise if I'm butchering any names, and there is a reason I normally just broadcast these races and don't do much commentating anymore. But I will do my best this afternoon. Please be gentle with me.
Just wait till I start having a go.
Do let us in here.
I know, we'll try and make it as entertaining as possible. We can't promise any accurate information, but we will make stuff up on the spot.
If you want some accurate information, like I said before, just follow the link that is in the YouTube chat in the YouTube description to go over to Put On Live for all your live timings. Right here, though, we are looking at this is third place. That BMW coming under pressure now of Jackson's under some immense pressure from the McLaren. And in fact, the McLaren actually just check up on the braking there and drop back a little bit. He almost like he got brake checked a little bit. He had carried a bit more speed and nearly came unstuck. So his slipstream may play into effect here now as he's really looking it up. He's got 2 more cars behind him, 2 more McLarens. This is 3 BMWs, 3 McLarens, all pretty close together, and the McLarens are going to start tripping over each other if they're not careful. Jackson just looks to have got a little bit of a break in the BMW, and he's it's only about 3/10, but 3/10 is enough of a gap at the moment, isn't it? Oh yeah, again. O'Brien just really seems to be braking so much later than that BMW, and it's almost like he's having to check up and change his lines a little bit, and it's costing him time. He needs to just maybe adapt his braking points to the BMW to try and stay that little bit closer but be smooth.
Yeah, smoothness is always advisable in these events. You don't want to be damaging your car this early in the event and having to take an extra pit stop that you didn't really want to do. I'm going to have established some of the names of the corners and straights. So down the Wellington Straight, to Brooklands, now into Luffield. You will correct me if I'm wrong, won't you, Steve? I'm sure you will.
Maybe not as well.
Non-committal as usual, thank you.
We have got a little bit of battling further down the field as well. D-Wrestle, Dave's just dropped back a little bit actually. Where did David qualify? To be fair, he was... check our list. He's up actually, qualified in 16th, so they've made some ground up to P12. That's not bad, but that's not to say they're not under pressure from behind as well. So it's interesting to see if Mr. Eschel can soak up some pressure. He's not a bad race driver, isn't David? As well as a lot better commentator than I am, and but let's see what he can do this afternoon. And 5 hours and 53 minutes to show us.
Don't put yourself down regarding the commentary, Steve. You know, that's a job. That's a job for everybody else to do.
Yeah, just waiting for YouTube chat to light up and let us know what they're thinking. But if anyone wants to join us in the commentary box, please, you're welcome to jump into the Discord and jump in the chat with us.
There is reports that you can't really hear our commentary voices, so that's perhaps a good thing.
Yeah, I've just altered the gain on my mic, so maybe because I think I was a bit quieter than you. But O'Brien coming under some pressure though from Hockler. He really can clear him, and that's given Jackson the chance to clear off up the road. I mean, while we've been chin-wagging there and watching Mr. Wrestle down in P11, things are changing here at the front. Jackson's got a break on, and the top three are starting to put a gap on. Certainly the top two.
Yeah, so there's going to be an overtaking manoeuvre, hopefully. And where do you think it's going to be, Steve? Where's the favourite place for doing overtaking?
I think he'll overtake when he next gets the opportunity.
That's a brilliant politically correct answer, my friend. Thank you very much for that.
To be fair though, we talk about overtakes. Sorry to butt in there, Chris, but we do talk over each other frequently. But we talk about overtakes, but they all actually come in. It comes into putting the pressure on the driver in front a lot of the time, because there's not many cars out there that have got so much more overspeed, that have got so much lap time in hand. It's a pretty tight field, so it comes to staying close enough, applying the pressure, and then forcing the mistake, just forcing them to run a little bit deep on the brakes into the corner, open the door, and slide your way past. And that's usually when it comes down to. It's not so much about our speed advantages. We just see O'Brien coming under a lot of pressure there, and not sure. I think Hoagler's having to soak up some pressure as well from car 77 behind him.
Gambrini, it's one of our Italian teams. It's 3 Italian teams, which we are grateful for people joining us.
That's
yeah, that is Gambrini.
Gambrini with a little bit of weight transfer there, and the body roll. You just saw him. He was defending. He was on the inside, and he swung it out to the left. And the McLaren just said no, thank you, and that was it. No damage, just damaged pride, I would say, and a loss of quite a few positions.
They're getting some ribbing from his teammates now, just for that. But there's no let up for Hockler, is there? Because as soon as that car's gone, there's another one right up his bottom, waiting to attack. I'm like you, Steve. I'm hoping I'm saying these names right. I'm sure we'll get corrected.
Yeah, I'm sure we will, mate. But I'm just going to maybe just bring a replay up of Gambrini to see what that was all about. So we have Gambrini on the shot here, and I think he's just going to maybe just there you go. It just went off. I don't know, actually. To be fair, there wasn't that much movement in the car, was there, left and right? It just a little bit jinked off to the left. I thought, first impressions, I had him defending a little bit harder than that, but he wasn't, to be fair. So yeah, I think just maybe too much curb, and probably down to the setup of the car.
I wonder if it's neck cold. Because it looked like even though the car behind was nowhere near him, it looked like he was actually tagged and forced off.
Maybe, yeah. It was quite an aggressive sort of snap, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly wasn't what you'd expect to see with the car going from left to right when you're trying to when you lose control of it. It just seemed to go. Anyway, I'm sure we'll find out at some stage. One of his teammates can tell us in chat.
Yeah, maybe so. But the field's just spreading out a little bit now, which is good to see. Everyone's calmed down. We didn't see any major incidents in that open bit, so nobody's really lost out too much. And the movement within the field's all settled down now, so I think we are coming down to maybe potentially just people getting into position, and they'll start looking at their own strategy now, and they will all have a strategy in play. It'll be a case of obviously you're racing the cars around you, but obviously you will also have in mind when you want to pit, what you want to do, and 6 hours is a long time, and then you have to be adaptive with the pit stops. You have to adapt to change, but at this early point in the race, you will pretty much be trying to stick to the plan.
Yes, and obviously we do not know what that plan is, but the teams will have decided whether they're going to run the full 75 minutes or 60 minutes or whatever they choose to do. Some teams decide that they want to be fair to each driver, and each driver gets a set amount of time and don't break it. Some have dedicated fast drivers that they like to put in for the maximum stint time.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're just looking at Campbell, I believe they're just trying to that's actually Pope, isn't it, in the BMW, looking to put a move on Campbell in the McLaren, and does so down the inside. Very nice, neat, very brave, but it's not going to stick. And yeah, it just looks like Campbell got the cut back, but Pope's not giving up on that. Does try and get to the inside. No, contact there. There was. Yeah, that's going to be another one. That was a little bit of not a hard move from Pope. I think she was showing her nose and maybe entitled to a bit more room than was given there.
We must also mention it's Denise's birthday today, so happy birthday, Denise. And yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate incident. But both cars are back on the track now. We'll go again, no doubt.
Yeah, interesting to see how a few of the drivers, they've all sort of they've switched over to racing with the BMW, haven't they? And it seems to be a pretty popular car of choice.
Yeah, I think there was 14 BMWs entered for this race. We see a replay of Denise trying to get past the car in front, whose name is evading me at this moment in time. Very good battle.
It was Campbell,
yeah, I think Denise was entitled to a bit more room than that, but ambitious as well.
Yeah, obviously, all opinions that we cast your way are not definitive, and it does come down to stewarding decisions. You'll be pleased to know, because we tend to make snap judgments. The stewards, I'm sure, will be looking at things 2 and 3 times before they make their final judgments on anything. But yeah, the racing is good, and Denise Pope is certainly up in the thick of it, and she's still back on the back of Campbell. These are the more or less the closest guys on the field at the moment. We do have, to be fair, Oakler coming under pressure now from the BMW behind, and is looking for a slipstream and potentially a move down here.
Into Stoke, so obviously always a popular place, as he managed to pull it off. They're still side by side, and yes, a nice clean move there. But will they get switched back? It almost sounds like I know what I'm talking about, and I really don't. Fortunately, we have been joined by a professional race driver in the comms box. Isn't that right, Steve?
Mr. Vidago, yes. Welcome, Kieran. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. Really good. I've been called a professional. Who's sending me a paycheck?
Later on, buddy. Don't worry about it. I'll sort
Perfect.
It might be from out of date and rubber, but I'll send you a check.
I'll be fine with that.
No worries, mate. Thank you for joining. Was the commentary that bad that you thought I'd better jump in that commentary box?
No, it wasn't. I just I finished doing some daily races, and I thought, you know what? Let's watch someone else race instead of continue racing today.
That's fantastic. Because, trying to operate the cameras effectively and talk about it is pretty difficult, to be fair.
Yeah, I have heard from you before that it's quite hard. So yeah, I'm just doing my little bit to help out.
And then unfortunately, he's got me to contend with as well, who just goes all quiet, as you well know, Kieran. So, floor's yours. You know what's happening?
How long are we into the race? 15 minutes? It's a 6-hour race, isn't it?
It is a 6-hour race, and yes, we are just over 15 minutes into it.
So not much has happened, but a lot has, isn't it?
I tell you what has happened though, guys. David Wrestley, he's lost the position, and said he was coming under pressure from that BMW, and was it BMW? No, sorry, Bentley, and indeed he was, because he's lost that position. He's back down to P12 after making a good start. So he won't be too worried about that though, will he, Kieran, at this point, because it's all about strategy, and he'll be driving to his strategy at the moment. They won't want to trip over anybody. They won't want to get too involved with battles, and definitely won't want to get involved in the incidents.
Exactly. You can lose 3 or 4 seconds a lap by battling with a car every lap. So if you just lose 1 second by letting them by, you've gained 3 seconds just from one lap. So it's much better on your strategy to just be able to run your own pace. If someone's quicker than you, let them by in these endurance races.
Kieran, please stop doing maths on a Saturday afternoon, mate. Look, that just blew my head then.
But no, I think with it's 75-minute driver time stints, isn't it? So I think most of these cars won't really be able to go the full distance on a fuel tank for that full 75 minutes. They might just be able to squeeze it out, but they will be going. I think they'll be running their full fuel tank and going right to the end. of that stint, as far as they can really go.
So what's your opinion on that, Kieran? Because obviously you know everyone, or for those that don't know in chat, obviously Kieran does he represents SSRi in our sports team, and is in fact one of the admins there. And you do a lot of endurance racing, Kieran. So when I think I'd be fair to say most of the time the driver stints usually set around 65 minutes. Obviously this is 75 minutes. Do you think that makes a big difference to how strategy plays out, and the strategy becomes more unique depending what car you're in?
A little bit, yes. I think 65 minutes. So you end up having a really short stint at the end, somewhere around, depending on the length of the race, it can be around 5 minutes of a stint that you need to make up in the end of the race, and that it can sort of like unify the strategies, so everyone sort of ends up being on exactly the same strategy. But if you're limited by the fuel tank, you get a little bit more variance. Your Astons might go a bit further than your Porsches, for example.
Yeah,
talking of Porsches, sorry, talking of Porsches, is there any chance you can focus on the 488? Because this will blow everybody's mind, this, when you see the livery of the 488 car down in 15th place.
Porsche 488 GT3 Evo Maranello edition.
Yeah, and if you look at it, it's a Ferrari. Cool. So that is just going to mess with everybody's head, that.
Why does it look so right, though?
It does suit the car, more than the Ferrari. And there are no Ferraris in this event.
I can understand why. The Ferrari is a difficult car to drive for an hour. 6 hours is probably not the most fun. Finding 4 people or 3 people willing to be that crazy and drive a Ferrari for that length of time.
You drove it for a long period of time, though, didn't you? Not necessarily endurance races, but for your car of choice for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a very fun car, for sprint races. But if you're having to do 2 stints in a row, I would not enjoy that.
What do we see a move here? That's is it Team Abbey, that one?
There's Team Abbey in front, yeah.
Yeah.
The 333, yeah.
Yeah. 6M Motorsport under more pressure from another car 666.
It's a lovely livery on that BMW, that's 610, that's nice. Going through cops, beautiful. The Aston pulls out nicely. Could be a move into Maggots and Beckett's, but not the best place to try and make an overtake through that sequence of corners.
It's brave, especially if you come off, you're a hero. If it doesn't, you're
You've ruined everyone's race.
Oh, that's it, yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Words nearly slipped out that shouldn't have done that.
See one right on the edge coming through the exit of Beckett's there. Or Chapel, maybe, is what that section, that corner is actually. So difficult, Stowe, to make sure you stay right on the track limits. You can run a little bit wide and you do gain a lot, but you get that track limit warning. Looking around the outside through the veil, and it's a difficult place to try and make a move there, because if you don't make the move, you do end up losing quite a bit of time. And as you see, the car behind that Aston is closed up again on the BMW. Just enough from left there. A little bit of a squeeze, I think, from the BMW. Just a little touch, and it sends the McLaren round.
I think we'll expect an incident report being filed for that one.
Yeah, I would expect so. 777 Racing Point. No, 777 Racing Point. 77. Valtteri Bottas in the wrong car.
Everybody's messing with our heads today, Kieran. It's just not right.
It's not. His Lexus looks strong. Seems to be a car that's getting better and better through this recent patch.
Not many people have picked it this season, though. Last season it was one of the car of choices.
Race control.
Obviously.
Drive-through penalty for car 33 for causing a collision with car 990 on lap 1. Drive-through penalty for car 33, causing a collision with car 990 on lap 1.
So that's the first penalty of the afternoon there, announced by race control. And let's just have another quick look of that at that incident we saw with the McLaren and the BMW a few moments ago. Just a little bit ambitious all day. I don't know, had the move, we had the inside and just got squeezed a little bit. What do you think, Chris?
I don't think the BMW gave him enough room. There should have been a lot more racing room there well, if anything, for our entertainment value.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I think the McLaren had put himself alongside at the turning point, and the BMW just kept turning in.
A bit naughty.
It's one of those things you really don't want to get involved in that in this early in an endurance race. If someone is going to make a move like that on you, really just leave the room up for them. One position is nothing. Luckily, they got away. The BMW got away with that without losing any time, really. But it could have so easily been the other way around.
Our first major penalty is about to be posted as well. Keeping everybody in suspense, but just to let everybody on the stream know, we don't hear what is being said by race control here on in the broadcast, so it's always a surprise to us.
Good, I thought I was the only one that couldn't hear it. I thought I was missing out.
No, but I'm reading the incident channel, and it's a drive-through for car 33. It did flash up on the screen. Steve was very gracious and posted it, but I missed that as well. I really should pay attention, shouldn't I?
So that was a collision with car 990.
That's correct. On lap 1, R33, and the penalty has now been applied, so currently in 13th place, a drive-through penalty this early in the race. And does that have to be served within 3 laps here?
It does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, you'll get a disqualification from the race if you pass 3 times over the line once you get given the penalty. I know that because it happened to me once. Well, not to me, but one of my teammates in the car, and it was a very sad time.
Always somebody else's fault.
It has to be. It can never be your fault.
Well, oh, thanks, mate.
This is a racing driver excuse. It's never your fault. Don't worry.
Alright. I'm really pleased. Really pleased to hear that nothing's ever my fault. Is there any chance you could have a word with my wife about that?
I could try, but I don't think she'll listen.
Alright. No comment. I'm not digging myself a bigger hole.
I hope she's not listening.
So, it's a little bit quiet, so I'll just run through how many cars we have got registered for the entire season, and if you wanted to up me when there's some action, Kieran, that I'm you're more welcome to do so. So currently registered for the entire season, I think it's 43 teams, 128 drivers, 6 Aston Martins, 4 Audis, 1 Bentley, go Bentley, 14 BMWs, 2 Lamborghinis, 2 Lexi. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to say it this time. 7 McLaren 720s, 3 AMGs, and 2 Porsches, and 1 Ferrari pretending to be a Porsche, or a Porsche pretending to be a Ferrari. I'm not sure which way around that is.
A wolf in sheep's clothes.
Beautiful expression. Where did you pull that one from?
I don't know. I think I read a book once.
Just once. He's doing this. Oh, sorry guys, on stream. Steve's doing his usual thing where he tells us jokes that you can't hear. So we start giggling like little schoolgirls, and you've no idea why. And sometimes we can't even repeat what he's saying.
Yeah, a lot of the time we can't repeat what he's saying.
That's easy. I'm not allowed to say that.
Yeah, no, not that. So, we're currently seeing Lars Ugard, who I believe was in the Lexus last season.
That's correct, my friend. And they were the champions.
They were very quick. I remember racing them a lot of the time. It was very good. Nice sharing a track with them.
I think this season they're in the AMR, are they? Aston Martin?
Yes, they are indeed. They must have seen me driving it and thought, you know what, that's a good car. Thank you for that, Steve. It is true.
Is he?
It is an easy-ish car to drive, but like with all GT3 cars, easy to drive, difficult to extract the last little bit of lap time out of them. And where is 79 car? Losing out to the 42.
Which is the team you were just talking about, my friend.
It is. It's like I know what I'm talking about. It's weird. Whoa, Denise! That was deep, Denise, but you got it stopped on time. Well done. It's Peter O'Brien really hammering this McLaren. McLaren, I do believe McLaren is still the fastest car outright around Silverstone, but it might be a little bit more difficult to drive from the BMW consistently. So this might be why we're seeing the BMW dominating this early part of the race. Very close from the BMW behind the 420. This is a woof livery. Is that what that says? Woof. Beautiful.
It does. You're doing impressions of dogs now. That's brilliant. Or are you doing an impression of an arsonist?
I don't get that one. Am I too young for that? Is that? Oh.
It's really bad when you have to have the joke.
Yes, that is very bad.
To your Kieran.
Ooh, lots of switching around from the 212 and the 46 and the 24, all very close together. This is the sort of racing we want to see. Nose to tail, 3 cars. They can't decide what lane they want to be on. Look at this, defending, attacking. It's great racing to watch. Beautiful move around the outside there. They've got 46 versus 24. And this is exactly what happens when you battle. You know, you lose time, and you see the BMW's just gapped with both of them. Not the word I would use, Steve, but that is a lovely 46, a lovely Valentino Rossi 46 on the side there. That's very nice.
Now, when that team registered for them membership, was it close? That was very close. When that team registered for their membership, they specifically said that the 46 was actually in tribute to, yes, Valentino Rossi, but also a friend that they recently lost who was a huge Rossi fan. So.
Oh, it's lovely to hear. Yeah.
From
a real Porsche.
I'm confused.
Italians everywhere deciding whether they should be rooting for the car in front or not. Enzo rolling in his grave as well.
Obviously we're watching the GT3 session here of our own championship as we hopefully see a Porsche overtake a Porsche. Careful what I'm saying here, just in case. What do you think of pre-season testing so far, Kieran? As the Ferrari goes defensive on the Porsche from the Porsche. Oh, nice move. Will that move come off?
It usually does. When you defend into that tight, that fast right-hander, you usually end up losing out, which is exactly what happens here. Because you just put yourself offline, so you end up losing out through the whole sequence of corners.
That was beautifully pulled off, wasn't it?
It was lovely.
Nice. Very nice, clean racing. Lovely segue to an instant.
It's almost better in that right-hander to just not defend at all and just pray that the other person backs out of it. Because when you give them the outside, you give them the opportunity to not back out. Let's bring in Rene and our stewards.
Good afternoon, Rene. You're on push to talk.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, how are you doing?
We're doing fine. We just handled our first incident. Yeah, I'm here to talk about that for a bit.
For a bit, was it that decisive? No, please carry on, René.
Yeah, as some of you may know, we always hand out more severe penalties in the first lap. Because people should know first lap isn't where you win the race, but you can lose it. And yeah, under normal circumstances, this penalty would have been less severe, but because it's the first lap, it was quite a hard punt anyway. We decided to give it a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, thanks for that explanation. Have there many incidents being reported at the moment, sir?
No, not yet, to be honest. We've seen some on screen, but they haven't come into the report yet.
So let's hope we do have a quiet afternoon. I think the figures for the 24-hour race we had late last year, was that 41 in total over the whole event? The whole 24 hours, something like that?
Yeah, I think it was somewhere in that region.
It does go to, I am leading to somewhere there. It does go to show that we normally do have nice clean racing. So Kieran, you've still got your maths head on. If it was 41 in a 24-hour event, what's the prediction for a 6-hour event using the same basis?
So, well, that's around 2 incidents every hour. So 2 times 6 is about 12, if my maths is correct.
Well, I do know 2 times 6 is 12. I'm all right with that one. It's the rest of the shit. Apologies for the bad word. But yeah, so Kieran's predicting that you've got 2 incidents an hour to look at, René.
Well, still 25 minutes to go for that hour, so I think we'll be fine for that. And yeah, let's hope it stay calm. And yeah, everyone has a great race, to be honest.
It's looking good so far. So who's assisting you this afternoon in the stewards channel?
At this moment we are with 4 stewards, 5 actually. Damien is joining, he's chief steward. Oliver is joining as well, he's also the chief steward. They're basically my boss, as I am the head endurance steward. Koen Scepter is also joining, and Ruurweert Stewart, who funnily is called Stewart by surname, but not with a D. So he fits in with the Stewart team at the moment, yeah.
And how's Michael Massey settling into his new job?
I have no comment on that.
Toilet cleaner.
Exactly.
Joined by Dimitri now as well in the channel.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, Dimitri.
Good evening, Dimitri.
I was rushing back so I could join you guys in the commentary for this exciting race.
Oh, we appreciate that, and you're obviously live on stream, and now there'll be some more facts coming from yourself and Kieran, while I just sit back and throw in the odd comedic joke every now and again that Kieran won't get.
So I get it. It's been an exciting first 40 minutes of the race.
It's been building up. There's been some overtakes. There's been one incident that I've seen so far. We've got the BMW and the McLaren side by side, going down the main straight. Yeah, the McLaren, 46, will be inside, but BMW just manages to hold it around the outside. Beautiful, lovely, clean move there. And it's a Lamborghini coming up behind. No?
Is that another Italian car? What colour's car is that? Is that dressed as a Maserati colour or what? Just confused.
Yeah, I can't see where they are. Lamborghini's a scary one to take in an endurance race. I've heard it kills its tyres after about 25 minutes. So that can't be the longest stint. See that number 4 BMW just starting to streak away a bit. He's starting to stretch his legs. BMW seems to be very stable throughout the whole stint. And here we see pit wall live. Look, you can see everyone's sector times, the gaps between everyone. So make sure you click on the pit wall live link and keep up to date with whoever driver you're rooting for.
So the pit wall live link can be found in the bottom of the YouTube. I sound really professional there, like I'm a 90-year-old.
I'm having a look at the qualification results and how they are on track right now. And I'm looking at car number 77, Team Racing Point 77. They qualified 4, they dropped a bit. So they have some catching up to do, but plenty of time left.
Yeah, car 77 did have a little bit of a spin on it. Well, we're not sure if it was net call, but he was trying to defend from somebody. There was no touching, no contact, but he went off all of a sudden, so he did drop a few places then.
It's a shame.
But the pole sitter is still in the lead by 9 seconds.
Really establishing a nice dominant gap. That'll be very good for his teammates. They'll be very happy when they get in the car and they see it's a 10-second gap to the cars behind. Right, 9 seconds at the moment, but I'm predicting at least 10 seconds by the time they pit.
The team behind them of Odyssey Racing, funnily enough for BMW, they're no slouches either.
No,
James Hayden and Clyde Barney. And my understanding, you've probably got more familiarity in the 3rd place BMW, Rob Jackson. He's no slouch either, is he?
No, they're all very capable drivers, these guys. I mean, they're teammates. Jack Alexander for Rob Jackson and James Mead for Clyde. They are both, extremely good drivers as well. So yeah, I think when there are driver swaps coming along, they'll have very consistent lap times between the two, across the two drivers. We've seen replay of the 666 Aston Martin coming into the village farm loop. Just a little tap on the rear for the lovely that they wait for the BMW to get going again. And it looks like they didn't really lose out on anything apart from some time. So not the worst incident in the world.
You don't like being tapped from on the rear, do you? It's always bad in more sense than one.
Yeah, no, yeah, real life, sim life, tapped from the rear, not the greatest. Unless you're into that.
I think we'll stop that conversation there.
It's Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsports.
But which colour?
On the back. Sorry, what was that, Chris?
Yeah, but which colour? There's 3 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport teams in this event.
This must be green.
It's a good guess.
I think you're right there, Kieran.
It would make sense. If we'd called it anything but green, I would have written a message to them and asked them, are you colourblind?
Just bear with us, Kieran. We've got a Porsche disguised as a Ferrari, so I won't put anything past these livery creators.
No, they do like to have their fun. It's lovely to see all these absolutely amazing liveries and cars. They do look really fantastic.
It's good to see clean work on the inside as well by the Team Hot Air Balloon green.
Yeah, that was very good. Difficult to get a move done 3 crops side by side, but we've seen a couple of them being done.
So it can be done.
It can be done. It is possible. No one's going to mention a race from last year. Not at all.
We might do now.
I'm not mentioning anything.
No, obviously we won't mention that infamous race of Silverstone from last year in the Formula 1 season that we're not mentioning. Not even alluding to Red Bull and Mercedes.
Never heard of those teams.
Nope.
So, yeah, we've got a 3-car battle here for looks like 18th place. It's a nice BMW sandwich with Aston Martin filling.
So that's Denise Pope, I think.
Yeah, it is.
That must be. Yeah.
At the rear.
And number 42 is Lasse Ogart.
So sweep around the Magnus Beckett's complex. You have to get really tight on that right-hand part of Beckett's to really try and get the car turned so you can be flat as soon as possible, all the way down this hangar straight. Just sticking to that toe, not deviating from it at all, because you might lose out a little bit wide on entry for the 42, and that makes them lose out just a little bit to the BMW behind them. They all run a little bit wide through Stowe. Might be picking up an off-track doing that.
I was just about to say that. Is track limits a thing there? I think it is.
Yeah, very much. But a little thing from my own testing: if you keep it flat and just stay off of that Stowe for a while, you lose a bit of time, but you've actually gained speed. So when you rejoin the track, you're faster and you don't get the off-track. Don't tell anyone that.
Right, I won't tell anyone that. Fortunately, we haven't got a big worldwide viewing audience.
No, I'm sure no one's listening.
Well, not now they've heard our voices. They'll all be on mute.
But that's the thing, though, with endurance races. You know, it's how safe do you want to get, or are you gonna keep the pace up? Because you know it's easy to go a bit safer, but then you often see you relax a bit and you start to make mistakes by going safer.
Yeah, exactly. It can be just as difficult to back off as it can be to push harder. Concentration just slips a little bit, and you end up braking a metre too late, and that metre too late takes you and loses you a lot of time into the next corner.
Yeah, or that's when you get a track limit by relaxing and braking a bit late.
Exactly, yeah, and around Silverstone, you've got many high-speed corners to find those track limit warnings on.
True. It is a great track, though. I mean, I must say it's one of those tracks where overtaking is actually possible, and that's just great to see. There are lots of opportunities, and none of them are really easy. But you know, you can make those moves without absolutely dive bombing everything. So I just love this track for that reason.
Yeah, it is fantastic. You do have a lot of opportunities to set up moves, corners in advance, and make sure your opponent's offline, and it gives you the opportunity to be able to put yourself alongside into a braking zone.
So, just like to thank everybody that's watching on YouTube. Kieran, Lulu B's asking in there if you could repeat what you said about Stowe, because she didn't have a notepad. She's got it now. But yeah, just a shout out to everybody on YouTube. If you could hit the like and subscribe, we would greatly appreciate it. Obviously, if you like the stream, if you dislike the stream, then just press the like button anyway. Otherwise, we'll sulk.
We will have a little cry, and as we see the McLaren of Peter O'Brien just constantly hounding the back of Rob Jackson. He's doing a great job of just sticking to his lines and not making mistakes, because a little mistake, and I'm sure Peter O'Brien would take that opportunity with both hands and have himself down the inside or around the outside.
Peter O'Brien's got a bit of medium level ping there, hasn't he? You can see on the timing tower.
I think he's American, isn't he? I'm not sure if he's racing from America, but I think I met him in the GT4 once, and Bas Vermelis, my teammate, was driving, and he was catching up so fast to us. And I was watching him, and his lines were just so very consistent, and it was amazing to see. And then we had a look at who is this Peter O'Brien. I believe he's American, and I think he's an actual real life racing driver, so that explains the consistency probably.
Oh, 420, looking for a move, and yeah, I would say that Peter O'Brien does look like he knows what he's doing, because he didn't turn in there. You left just enough room for that BMW to have his nose up the inside, and if he had turned in a little bit further, it could have ended in a bit of an accident. Yeah, BMW's really got a run on the McLaren here. We're gonna. It's a brave man to make a move into this corner. It's done it a couple of times, and it doesn't always end up in the best way. Using every inch of track, and you've paid for it, so use it.
Yeah.
This group of cars have been absolutely stuck together, haven't they, for the last couple of laps?
Have a look at this. It's 5 cars within a second.
It's beautiful. Excellent bit of racing here. Yeah. Fast and Furious Lamborghini. That's just how it treats its tyres, fast and furiously. That orange diffuser almost looks like flames when you see it for the first time. It shocked me a little bit.
Well presented.
It's BMW the rear just losing a bit of ground. It's not a BMW, is it? It's a Lexus, isn't it? Just looks. They all look the same, don't they? BMW, Lexus, same car, really.
I don't even know what you're talking about now, Kieran.
No, I don't know what I'm talking about either. But I'll tell you what's happening. There's McLaren really trying to make a move on this Bentley. It's David Russell. He's getting himself alongside. This is a move that could happen here. They are trying to run it around the outside. It's possible. McLaren's got a lot of downforce here, and he's doing it, but he just misses out there. The inside line being shorter, you know. And he's going to miss out. He's going to lose out a bit to the... Oh, he's tried so hard to not lose out to the Lamborghini guy, but he's ended up sending it on the Bentley, and the Bentley's had to just not turn in. It was a little bit ambitious. I don't think it was really meant to be an overtaking move, but gotten away with it, and I would be sending a report to the stewards for an aggressive driving with that. But you know, if it works, it works.
I must say these guys are enjoying the first hour because they all gained about 5-6 places looking at the qualifying times. So they're having a pretty positive first hour.
That's very good.
Except for the 77, of course.
I mean, someone's lost out, exactly. With 77. Seeing William Campbell, yeah. Just hounding the back of Denise Pope. Having a look at every different angle he could possibly try and take. Trying to get the little sort of switch back here. We'll just stick in that massive BMW's slipstream. When you're in a McLaren and you're behind a BMW, it's almost like you're behind a van on the motorway. You cannot see a thing. That BMW is so tall in comparison to your car. So you see drivers ducking out of the slipstream to have a look. They are having a look at where the apex is when they're behind a BMW. They're not trying to show their nose. They're just trying to see where the track is.
It must be a bit like the new Formula 1 with the mud cars.
Yes, exactly.
I'm actually racking my brains trying to think of something witty to say about that rear wing, and nothing's coming for it again.
It's Peter O'Brien sending it down the inside. Beautiful. He was already had the move done, basically. He had the inside line. That must have been a move into Vale, and it was set up all the way through.
It also creates a bit of a gap behind himself, so he pulls away from the cars behind him a little bit. So that should be satisfying. Yeah,
I think he had the pace, and he's going to start showing off what pace he does have now. He's got a bit of clear air.
Exactly, he can focus on Clyde Biden now and see if he can catch up.
I think this Fast and Furious Lamborghini again on the back of David Russell. I'm sure they'll want to be getting by as well. They seem to have a bit of pace. They've been catching cars from behind. Just going to stick in a slipstream again. Just seeing a replay of how Peter O'Brien got past the BMW. Oh, the BMW starts to turn in too early. It has to turn out of it because they would have hit the curb, and that would have sent them absolutely flying. And that loses some momentum and allows the McLaren to just go alongside. And once you're alongside there and you have the inside, it is almost just your corner. There's not really much the other person can do if you've got the overspeed on them.
Race control, race control.
It is flat out.
5-second time penalty for car 720 for causing a collision with car 59. 5-second time penalty for car 720 causing a collision with car 59.
This Lamborghini is absolutely looking at every possible angle of the rear of that McLaren, trying to left, right, everywhere it could possibly try and go, but the McLaren is absolutely doing a great job. Race control, 5-second time penalty for car 720, causing a collision with car 59 on lap 11. That's a fair penalty, I believe. 5 seconds, not going to affect you hugely, but enough to have a slap on the wrist to make you think about what you've done. Yeah, I guess, is that Rob Jackson's BMW? Yeah, 715. Yes, being caught up by the 420 BMW. Lost a fair amount of time to the McLaren in front. Maybe 3 seconds. So, looks like Rob Jackson's just not quite on the pace of the cars around him at the moment, but he's doing a great job of keeping himself to himself and sticking to his lines.
That's given the opportunity to the McLaren behind him to catch up again.
It's that Traxion liveried. It's McLaren. I recognise that mint colour and the pink, or am I wrong? 169 is Team RNE ACC. Nothing to do with Traxion, but very similar colours.
Not sure with the. You're right with the big X on the front. That is their symbol, isn't it? So perhaps they do have an affiliation with them.
Maybe. See, slipstream effect. Just not enough. Maybe it is. But holding it all the way around the outside, but just going to lose out right on the exit. Runs a little bit wide, and that's going to leave the McLaren to have the outside line for the Veil, which if they can hold it around the outside of the first bit, they will have the inside for the next bit, and that's exactly what they've done. Beautiful move from the McLaren there, nice and opportunistic, and that's given Rob Jackson just a little bit of breathing space. Exactly what he wanted, and the BMW is right on that rear bumper of the McLaren again.
Yeah, that shows how quickly you can go. You think you have an opportunity, and you try to make the pass, make it happen, stick to the outside, and suddenly you have a bit of a bad exit, and you lose the spot.
Yep. Yeah, someone else is right there, ready to pick up the pieces. This is racing. Exactly. You have to weigh up your risk and reward of your moves. Is this move really going to work out, or should I back out of it and make sure the person behind me doesn't just send it down my inside?
I can understand go for the move though. If you see an opportunity and you think you can make it, you will always gonna give it a try. If you lose a spot, there's still 5 rounds left, so I can understand it. Yeah,
in endurance racing, definitely you would just go for the move for sure, because track position is not king in an endurance race. There's plenty of time to be lost in your pit stops and in your entries and exits to your pit lane.
Hey Stephen, at the start there, we actually got something right. Kieran just backed us up with the fact. I'm really impressed with that. So track position isn't king in endurance race. Thanks for that, Kieran.
Well, if you've said the right thing, then that was a good job for you. So well done, Chris.
Do I get a gold star?
No, you get put on the good noodle board.
Thanks, mate.
These three cannot be separated. It seems. I think they thought they were a little bit deep on the brakes then. That McLaren just had to turn out so they didn't run straight into the back of the BMW. But I think they were clear. Just spooked themselves a little bit. That's allowed the BMW to come from behind to close up a bit and try and show their nose. It's not really going to work. That straight's not exactly long enough to slipstream down.
These three battling out together lap after lap, it does mean that Peter O'Brien is with a 6-second gap already to them, and it might be that Peter O'Brien is also a little bit faster, but this battling certainly isn't helping the lap times.
Definitely, yeah, definitely is. It's allowing Peter to just move away from this battle and possibly move up towards Clayton. Seeing picture in picture there. It's just disappeared as I started to talk about that. These three cars still just cannot be separated. I think, you know. Oh, as you see, Rob Jackson's pulling into the pits. It's an early pit stop. They have that's 15-16 minutes earlier than I expected anyone to even want to pit. So it could be they're trying to run their drivers all equal time. Could be that.
Correct for tonight. Thanks for that, Peter.
You're welcome.
Oh,
a little bit of a tap from the Porsche behind for 992, but yeah, we're done the gentlemanly thing and allowed the Lexus to retake the position. So a little bit of time lost for both of them. As we're seeing with 420 here, the BMW that is in that triple fight, really trying to get around this McLaren. The thing is, you will want to make this position up, because you will want to hand over the car to your teammate and be like, look at all the good work I've done. Now you go do your job. You know, you don't want to be handing over to your teammate and saying, oh, can you just make sure you overtake that car as well? I couldn't do it, you do it.
Oh, and it looks like Rob Jackson has done something bad in the pits because he's just got to stop go 30 seconds.
Oh, that means he's entered the pits or exited the pits far too quickly. That's bad. That can ruin your race. It's basically a whole nother pit stop you've got to take.
That was well done by Alexis.
We had a replay of the small tap, and I do have to say that I couldn't quite see which car it was, but the yellow car, he had a slight twitch, and that might be why the Porsche gave him a little tap.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it can be difficult to anticipate when the person in front of you makes a small mistake. It can be almost impossible most of the time. But lovely to see some gentlemanly racing where full sportsmanship is being held up there.
Yeah, exactly. They did give the position back, so they might have thought they were at least partly to blame as well. So nice job by GBP Motorsport.
And these two have lost even more time for Peter O'Brien. It's now only nearly 8 seconds, the gap. So the more they battle, it seems the further and further back they fall. It may have been what Rob Jackson was trying to do with pitting earlier, with these two battling so much. Maybe they thought they could pit now and undercut them.
Cost them the want it.
They've given themselves a stop go 30, and that has taken them completely out of battle.
We're just over an hour into the race. Got 3 teams. You're expecting to read out now. Doing a very good job. Oh, second, sorry. Team Racing Point 138. Second place is Odyssey Racing. Car 5. And third place, J-Dog Simsport Blue. Car 61. So,
it's been a very good race for J-Dog Simsport, as they've started P5 and now they're P3.
It's been a reasonably clean race up to now. And judging by what we were saying earlier on, Kieran, in your mathematics, in the first hour there was 2 incidents. So should now be two incidents in the second hour as well.
Well, let's hope I'm wrong. Let's hope it's just 2.
Oh yeah,
that'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
But you know, if it works out that way, you know, there's some sort of statistics there that we need to follow, and I'm just going to stop talking.
Do I get a prize for being right? Is it 1 million jelly beans?
It would have been However, you get whatever prize you gave me before, something about a noodle.
Oh, a good noodle star, yeah. As you see, the 33 trying to make that move around the outside work, and it will give them the inside for the left-hander of what's that? The loop is the name of that corner. There's just allows them to get right the way down the inside and through. So good move from the Lexus up into 22nd position.
Very nice.
This group is still battling. These two cannot be separated.
In the meanwhile, I'm also keeping an eye on that car number 77 driven by Filippo Gambarini, because he was one of the fast qualifiers. That's bad luck, apparently in the first hour, but he's definitely gaining again. He's back to P11.
Yeah, it's a good job from them. Luckily it is 6-hour race, so there's plenty of time for them to show off their pace and claw their way back through the field.
Definitely, yeah. It's a shame, of course, that there's a pretty big gap now to the top 3, but position by position, you can gain back a lot of time.
Yeah, and anything can happen. As we see McLaren taking a very interesting line through through that complex of corners.
Like I said, anything can happen.
The McLaren is just coming up to being lapped, I believe. Can't tell what number that McLaren is. They move out of the way. In a very nice place. As we see, that's another one of the Team Hot Air Balloon. That's Team Hot Air Balloon yellow.
Well done. There's a third Team Hot Air Balloon as well. Can you guess what colour that is?
Blue.
Well done.
Good.
You really are working on these noodles, aren't you?
I didn't even go looking for that. I'm very happy. Just that gap to Peter O'Brien, he's closed in the gap to Clyde in front, and he has gapped these two cars that are battling so much behind. So it's nearly 10 seconds. And the leader, I said around 10 seconds at the pit stop, but it's nearly 16 now. That is quite a sizable gap. They are running away.
Still 5 hours to go.
Yeah, and with 3 drivers on your team, there could be some variance in pace there. As we see, the cars in second and third place are only 2 driver teams, so possibly a bit more consistent pace.
I think Dimitri mentioned earlier on that for team Racing Point 138, Andreas was the fastest qualifier overall. So, but their second teammate 157.437 in qualifying. 8.7 of a second slower. So there's still chance for other teams to catch up. No one takes one mistake as well.
Definitely, it's not just about raw pace, is it? It's
no, absolutely not.
It's very easy to make a mistake by yourself, or even when lapping a car. It's very, very simple. It's one of the reasons I enjoy endurance racing so much, because you are constantly having to think about your racecraft, how you are going to lap other cars, how you're going to get lapped by other cars, and lose the least amount of time possible. So you see a replay. This is Rich Pixley in the Wild Things Racing. Just getting a move done. A little bit of a tap there from
race control.
From the McLaren, I believe, just sort of moving back.
Official warning for car 750 for aggressive driving. Official warning for car 750 for aggressive driving.
And I think Gasly McLaren moved back online there, just a little tap, and it just put them back on the grass. I don't think that was really the BMW's fault at all, or either of their fault. Just a miscommunication about where the two cars were on track together. This gap is moved. This the furthest I've seen these two cars apart from each other, 0.6 of a second away from each other, and normally nose to tail are one car. A BMW McLaren car. It's car 404, and is that the
RI
488?
That's
Well held, though. Just to keep it going in sort of the right direction. Well held, though. That's a difficult one to catch.
So just to throw confusion into the mix there, car 404 is the sister team of RIP 101. Who had the immense battle last year with car 787 and all the banter that was going on in our public channels.
Yeah, I was meaning to ask, where are car 787? I was looking for them.
You were talking to one of the drivers before, Rene.
Oh, they had to pull out?
Yes.
Stewarding. Oh,
They haven't pulled out because they're doing stewarding. Rene unfortunately had COVID, so he didn't have the time to practice, so he's decided to go into the stewards, and his teammate has as well, which is very good of him. We really appreciate that.
It's not fun trying to drive with COVID. It can be not fun at all.
And the team who's leading the event has been in swapped. I'm going to throw my head out and say they've swapped drivers, but it still does look like the same drivers in there at the moment.
We'll have to wait until they go through a sector. It's car 77 just coming into the village complex. Into the loop, turn in. Oh, a little bit eager on the brakes, I think. They just lock a rear, and the rear end comes round. See, it's number 4 trying to unlap themselves, I think. 420 just running a little bit wide to keep the momentum up, so we don't get unlapped, because I think they want to be as close to that 169 in front as possible, not let a car unlap themselves. You see race control giving the official warning to car 750 for aggressive driving with car 86 on lap 24. Mark and Oistlinks, the 750 Positive Perception Racing team. Mark is a regular at SSRi.
Isn't that the team that's just been given the penalty, the warning? It is.
That's correct, Chris.
Yes. So that will be from when Russell was trying to overtake, or did overtake the 86 Bentley that we saw. And as I said, there was aggressive driving, and I would put in a report against it, and they obviously did. And the stewards agreed with what I said.
Somebody must be listening in.
Yeah,
yes, exactly.
Somebody must be watching the stream.
He's our race leader at the moment, Clyde Barney. Odyssey Racing, number 5. And I can confirm the 138 has swapped drivers. We just had to wait for them to go through some sector timing barriers, and we can see that it is now Alicio Del Dottore.
Well done.
I'm very sorry for stumbling on that.
You're doing better than what me and Steve did earlier on with some of the names. We absolutely butchered them.
I was just wondering if somebody has also pronounced the 420 car Pitirinanen, I think.
I had a go before. I said something very similar to what you said, Dimitri, honest.
And then I hope we did it right. a great job. But that's the thing with all the international drivers. It's great to see.
And the McLaren pits.
That's not VT.
So I think most of the cars will pit on this lap now. Or good, depending on where they are on the circuit. The lead cars will all pit on the lap that they're coming round on. As you see that the leaders have already pitted at this point. Because, yeah, I don't think they'll make... Well, they will, won't they? It's a 1 minute 58 lap time, around that. And there's more than 2 minutes left for 75 minutes.
It's interesting to see where the 138 car will end up when everybody has done the pit stop, and what the time gaps will be.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that, because that will be interesting.
Flurry of activity in the pits now, aren't we?
Quite a sizable gap, I think. It looks like 138. Yeah, the 138 is coming up to Stowe, and the number 5 is only just going on to the Hangar Straight. So it looks like that gap has really increased, actually. So it seems the 138 nailed their pit stop, and maybe the number 5 a little bit of a slow pit stop.
I was going to say something clever then, but I'm not going to bother.
Go ahead.
No, because I think I was actually going to repeat exactly what you said. My mind was just away from the screen.
And so 7:15, they got the stop go 30. They still have the fastest lap of the race. No, they've just taken the fastest lap of the race at some point in the last 5 or so minutes. I don't know why I missed that.
Because you wasn't looking at it?
Probably. And the 420 pits now, which will release the 138 back into the race lead.
Yeah, there's an 18-second gap. It looks to the car 61 behind him. So that's quite a reasonable gap.
Yeah, so the car number 5 definitely lost a bit of time in the pits. If you miss your pit stop mark by a few meters, you can lose about 3 or 4 seconds with the pit crew moving you and then putting you up on your jacks first. So it's very, very advantageous to really make sure you nail that stop in the pits.
Yeah, and of course with endurance, I'm pretty sure all the drivers will have done plenty of preparation. But up with some sprint races, you see that people switch cars, and well, it differs per car. The optimal spot of stopping, it's different for each car. So yeah, it always pays off to have a pit stop during practice.
Definitely, it's very beneficial to have that practice underway, because it's so upsetting when you've gapped someone. You've been in a good fight with someone. You're 2 seconds ahead when you come into the pits, and then you lose out to them because you just missed your pit stop mark a little bit. You got to do all that work again and try and overtake them. So yeah, his Lamborghini is doing quite well. They've moved up quite a few positions, I believe. Unless they're off strategy to the rest. They pitted already once.
They might have done, but I think the same driver's still in.
It is, yeah. So they must have pitted slightly earlier in the race. So they'll be. I think they're off sync to everyone else.
Just going to check to see who their starting driver was. Yeah, the starting driver was Mark Ham. Well, sorry, that was driver 1, not necessarily the starting driver, so ignore me. Actually, like what you did there, you really did ignore me, didn't even acknowledge that I spoke.
It's better that way. But they're all over the rear end of Bart Sverink. Really making sure that number 12 Aston stays right on it. hour 33. Oh, so they pitted early. Doing quite, yeah. Oh, that would be why they were so far back when I saw. So they're splitting on the hour. Yeah.
In the meantime, Chris, we have David Russell from the car 750 in the waiting room. Might be a good opportunity for a small interview.
Welcome, David Russell. How are you doing?
Hello, Mr. Vidago. I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting being this way around, isn't it, David?
It is a bit weird. Yeah, not sure how I feel about it.
How's your race going?
It's good. Yeah, it's good, going really well so far. So we started P16. We got a few people disappeared off into the ether in the first couple of laps. So we made up a few positions there, and then did this. I was a little bit not naughty, but was a little bit over aggressive getting past one of the Bentleys towards the end of the stint, and just handed over to Mark. P13 at the moment. So yeah, looking good.
Yeah, we did see that move on stream. It looked more like you were defending. Right, and the move just happened to happen.
Exactly. That's it. It was because I saw that the Lamborghini had been pestering me throughout the stint, and he just ended up getting the move. He ended up getting right the way alongside. I covered it, and then I'm just really glad that Wilson got out of the way because I'd have felt so bad if I'd have binned him off by doing that.
Yeah. As we see, Mark's just lost the position there.
Yeah, we did. I saw that guy got held up by the back marker, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. But
yeah,
these things happen. Long way to go. I think if we can get a top 10, then we'll be very happy. I think.
I'm sure. I'm sure. It's a tough field. There's a lot of quick drivers all around the same pace as well. So
yeah, everyone is super quick. Like that first stint was very, very difficult to manage the pace properly, to be honest with you, because like you say, everyone was so quick. Trying to keep up with people and consistently lapping like the sub 2 minutes was tough, but just about made it through with a second's worth of damage. So a nice little scratch on the door by the looks of it.
Okay. Some battle room. What you like to hear?
Yeah, exactly. I think it was from that the incident just before that. Yeah, you can't really hide from it, can you? It was a dive bomb at the end of the day. I think there's a little knot between me and the Bentley going through Stowe, so that kind of knocked me wide. So I think that's presumably
race control.
It was.
No further action for incident between cars 38 and 992 on lap 29. No further action for incidents between car 38 and 992 on lap 29.
Just seeing Jack Alexander absolutely towing his way all the way down Stowe. He's right down the inside of Alexis, and he's got the move done even before they were turning in. So some great pace from Jack Alexander. I know he's a really, really good driver. You see no further action for the incident between car 38 and 992 on lap 29. That was the Lexus, wasn't it? Yes, being tapped by the Porsche. And Porsche didn't gain anything from that. No one lost out any positions, so it makes sense from the stewards. So David, what's the plan for the rest of the race?
So I'm taking back over from Mark after this. He's going to do his stint, and then it'll be Ash, Coupland, and Mark basically switching it to the end because I've got to shoot off out this evening, so I'm getting my stints done nice and early. But leaving it in the extremely capable hands of those two. Hopefully they can build on the start, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, very capable hands you leaving it in there. I would trust the car with them.
Yeah, exactly.
What sort of strategy have you got? Can you divulge that information?
I suppose we can. Yes, nothing. I don't think it's going to be too different to what most people are doing. To be honest, it's pretty much taking it an hour stint at a time. I know we've got the 75-minute stint times, but we're trying to be fair with the allocation of time everyone gets in the car, so we're trying to keep it as close to an hour as possible, so everyone gets, all three of us get that kind of 2 hours in the car rather than trying to skip the pit stop. It seems like a lot of people are doing the same because I think most people have pitted around us, so it seems that everyone's kind of at least doing it, well, at least at the moment anyway, they're doing a similar strategy to what we are.
Yeah, those do seem to be the two strategies. You either run as far as you can for the 75 minutes, or you go for the hour. I think if you know that you're going for the hour every time, you obviously fuel less. So you might have a quicker lap time. That pit stop might not be. You might be able to make up that time that you lose from having the extra pit stop with a bit of pace.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like you say, and from what we've been testing, it seems like the tyres kind of fall off a little bit in the last 15 minutes. So especially on our setup anyway, at least it seems. So I think it's probably the sensible from our perspective, rather than pushing it too far and potentially making a mistake. It just seems to be a bit more conservative to pit early and see how we get on. But still a long way to go, isn't it? So hopefully we'll keep it clean. And if we can get a top 10, I think we'll be very happy. I think we were quite surprised we got the pace to be in the top 20 in qualifying. So if we can build on that, then we'll be a very happy team by the end of the evening, I think.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, good luck to you.
Yeah, cheers, mate. And good luck to you guys as well. Love the streams as always, and I hope the rest of the race goes well.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Cheers, boys.
Thanks, David. Bye-bye. Car 420 appears to be in the pits for a long time here. In the pits.
28. It's saying at the moment. And just losing positions while they sit there. See Rich Pixley on the back of the number 4.
I have to say, coming back to that 420 car, I could see them dropping in the timing sheets, and people in the chat also noticed it. So it makes sense because they were running in the top 3. So it's a shame to see them drop. Don't know what happened exactly, but I'm sure we'll find out later. It's what I think it was Juan Pablo Montoya said once. What's the most difficult thing about sim racing? And his answer was, well, staying connected.
Yeah, probably. If they've 2 laps and back in the pits, were they particularly quick laps, or were they off the pace? Well, 3:34 is what that says. So it probably is some sort of wheel disconnect issue, or button box not registering a button input. I've had this happen to me before during an endurance race where shifter paddle's broken, and you just have to limp back to the pits. And sometimes, I've had a wheel, just the button box of the wheel disconnect, so I couldn't actually get into the pits and stop the engine. So it was basically race over at that point.
So it looks like that 420 at the moment, doesn't it? Still sat in the pits.
Well, the timetable says he's back on track and driven by Jelle Klein-Veldeman. Although on the track map he still appears to be in the pits. You're right.
I hope that maybe one of their drivers can come onto our YouTube chat and tell us what's happened there. It would be very interesting to know. See Tim Kroll for Lork driving, doing his best to defend against the 212. Actually, he's just gotten past, hasn't he? So he's trying to pull away. Car in the gravel. That's the one of the cars we saw earlier, I think, going in the gravel. That's Tim Kroll's. Coming up behind who is this? The 47? Must be a lap down.
Are you showing the blue flag so you're right on?
Yeah, it's just pulls out the slipstream to go down the inside. The 47 BMW doesn't defend as they should do. And the 33 and the 212 make it through there very cleanly. see a replay of this is the Audi. This is RIP 101, 404. Oh, that looks like a netcode issue because those cars didn't look like they touched each other at all. That McLaren just looked like it spun round on its own accord.
You would almost say the rear brakes failed.
Yeah, it did look a bit like that actually, didn't it? The handbrake was yanked.
What was wrong with the handbrake?
No, we're not going there. This 208 is doing a really fantastic job. It would make sense. The Lamborghini definitely doesn't hold onto its tyres. As I said earlier, after 25 minutes most of the time you're struggling for grip. So it makes sense to do hour-long stints in the Lamborghini and get as low an average lap time as you possibly can. You're doing a very good job, it seems, pulling up behind this 666 Aston Martin.
See now in the endurance chats that car 420, one of the drivers is explaining that their car is actually driving on a track, but the spectators are seeing them in the pits. So he's actually asking if other drivers can see the car number 420. I've experienced that once before, and I think it's a netcode thing. And I'm afraid. I'm not sure if they're actually registered as driving.
Yes.
So this is the start of the race. Everyone's bunched together. We see lots of cars travelling through Stowe and down into the Bell chicane. Very deep on the brakes there, and just punts the Lamborghini, McLaren, off the track. Here we're seeing that's the. Was that a bit of a netcode issue?
That was the instance we couldn't decide earlier on at car 77, where it lost a lot of places.
There's Wild Thing Racing's BMW trying to make a move through Maggotts Beckett's work, and actually, wow, nearly, or just not given the room there, like nearly all worked out. And it's the 77 McLaren again, fighting with. We saw this earlier, and I did say not given the room. I believe they got a penalty for that, and then it's the 610 car BMW getting spun around. We saw earlier. Good sportsmanship from the Aston Martin driver, and then this is that lovely move for third place, where just a little bit of a too early turn in for that right-hander coming out of Vale, and just into this fast right-hander, the McLaren just whiffs on by. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, it was terrible, wasn't it?
You're learning your rubbish jokes from me.
Yep, and there was no further action was given for that incident, as the Porsche gave up position. This is Rich Pixley into, I can never remember the name of this corner, Luffield or
with a corner. It's Brooklands into Luffield.
Brooklands into Luffield. Yeah, there we go. That makes more sense. Just gets on the curb there, and just a little bit too much power. Maybe a touch of a brake as they start to turn in, and the rear just comes round. And this is 77 McLaren again, just braking. I'm sure they're loving seeing that incident on screen. Being pointed out that they made a little mistake there. That did look like a very strange incident at McLaren, but we're back alive with the 208 Lamborghini has gotten by the number 12. Very interesting. And the 169 getting by the 61, so we're back up into third. And Abranosa doing a good job as usual, very consistent. Getting that Aston Martin. So the order looks to have settled back out again. And look at that. Jack Alexander doing a great job moving himself all the way back up to P10 after that stop go 30. So showing really, really great pace and having the fastest lap of the race. I wonder what that fastest lap is. Are there many Audis picked for this championship, for this race?
If you bear with me one second, caller.
That seems like a scary car to drive for this event. The Audi's it's a very good car, and then you hit a high-speed bump, and it becomes a very bad car.
4 Audis registered for the season.
They are braver drivers than I am. I would not pick the Audi for an endurance event.
Do you know, Kieran, because I'm driving the Audi in the GT4, but I don't drive GT3 a lot. Do you know how they compare, the GT4 and the GT3 Audi?
I wouldn't say they're too similar to each other. You know, that I'd say. So we're just gonna see how P3 was lost. Little mistake. Yeah, just too deep into that Vale chicane, and they did the right thing of not rejoining right on the apex there, because that would have had a big accident. But
big woof, isn't it?
Big woof indeed. But yeah, no, as comparison from the GT3 and the GT4 Audi, the GT4 Audi has some of the worst brakes in existence, and I think that the GT3 Audi has particularly very good brakes. So I think it's just looks that they share.
I would imagine they were quite different, because I'm quite enjoying it in the GT4, and of course GT4, you know, the bumps and all the curves are not that big of a problem. Also not in Audi. But yeah, I've heard quite a lot that the GT3 Audi does not like the curbs.
No, it does not indeed. Yeah. You take a curb one lap and you think that's okay, and you push it a little bit further the next lap, and all of a sudden you're facing the wrong direction. So
I do that all the time anyway, so you know, for me it doesn't matter.
So you don't need the help of the Audi then?
That's also one way of putting it.
See, Abranos is all over the back of the Pullman 169.
So some interesting news here. I'm just reading our endurance chat channel. Jay Velderman in car 59. This is his first endurance race. First endurance race ever, and he's only been driving a month on the sim now. Slightly worrying.
That's the best place to learn, you know. The best place to learn is in a race. So then surely the best race to learn in would be a long endurance race.
I suppose on that theory, yes. Is that what's called cramming it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Cramming. And just the night before, I haven't done any work. Oh, I'll just do a 6-hour endurance race. Mike Seegers from J-Dog Simsport Red, so a sister team of the J-Dog Simsport Blue. A completely different car, but they're all over the rear of Mark Nautilus. And here's the Team Rocket Scuderia. And, you know, we're back to the J-Dog Simsport Red Bentley, all over the rear of Mark Nautilus. Mark will be looking in the rear view mirror thinking, that's a familiar looking car. Don't I drive that car a lot? Yes, you do, Mark. You drive that car a lot. But he's moved to the McLaren this season for GT3, so that makes sense why we're in the McLaren for this endurance series. It's much easier to learn a car if you're only focusing on one car.
You're absolutely right.
Eventually, it looks like they're going to try, and they do think better of it and just brake early and stay out of the way of that apex, because it's not always the greatest move to go for. It can be done, but it's not the biggest braking zone, so it doesn't give you the most amount of time to get alongside and cement your position. We're moving back to Tabernosa as these two leaders are lapping that 47 BMW. Does a
actually
very good
quite
job
a-
staying out of the way.
Quite a close battle. It's Halleman, Ambrose, and Neville all within 3 seconds of each other, and it's P3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, doing a very good job there. So seeing Denise Pope in the YouTube chat saying, "Go on 79 Wild Things races." Pixie doing a stunning job at the moment. I agree. Pixie is doing a very good job keeping himself to himself.
You didn't agree, did you? There, you didn't even repeat exactly.
What do you mean?
Well, you said Pixel's doing a stunning job, and you said I agree. Pixel is doing an agreed job. I'll just shut up now. I've started talking rubbish.
Started?
I'm going to say, what do you mean started? Look, I'm just here for the entertainment value.
What am I here for?
And so far, I've not brought any.
Very wide line from the 169 going through Brooklands, as I've learned what that corner's name is. I've seen picture in picture. We're getting to see Richard Pixley all over the rear of that number 4 still. So they've not been able to be separated. Abranosa is closing up. It seems every braking zone Abranosa closes up, gets closer and closer to that McLaren, and that McLaren has to think more and more about what's in his mirrors. As they're coming up to more and more traffic. As the lead car, you have to move the cars out of the way essentially, and that loses you a bit of time, and the car behind can just keep pulling up behind you, as we see is happening there. Richard Pixley, still behind that number 4.
I do have to say though, if you're lapping cars and you're the second car in the train or the third car in a train, it's always a bit scary because you're not 100% sure if the car that's letting you by, if they notice that it's not 1 but 2 or 3 cars.
Definitely, yeah. It can be so easy to, as a lapped car, to be moving out of the way and think you've moved out of the way for all the cars going.
Race control.
And all of a sudden, crash! You've hit the car that's
No further action for incident between cars 990 and 821 on lap 35. No further action for incident between cars 990 and 821 on lap 35.
So we see no further action for the cars 990 and 821 for an incident on lap 35. I can't remember what that was, whether we saw it or not. I don't believe we did.
Can't tell you whether we did or not. I have my eyes closed.
Yes, I didn't expect anything less from you.
Thank you. I'm obviously not disappointed you then.
Exactly what I expected from you.
In the YouTube chat, Aaron van Drunen is mentioning that Anthony Torres, his teammate, they're actually catching up to the number 3, 4, 5. It's just a shame that they're a lap down. So
if only that lap wasn't there, you could be right in that fight.
I wonder what happened to Aaron then. Oh, sorry, their team in the first stint for them to be a lap down, because they're normally very quick drivers.
Yeah, very consistent quick drivers, I would agree. Yeah.
I'm sure he's watching the stream, so he will probably answer it shortly.
I'm sure it can't be run out of fuel.
Well, Anthony is driving right now, so the fuel should be okay.
Well, until Anthony comes towards the end of his stint, he runs out.
As we see, Mike Rapinosa is making a move down into Stowe. He's got the inside line. He's going to try and work for the outside line into the Vale chicane. The McLaren's got the inside line there. Are they going to? Oh, he's done beautifully into the braking zone. He managed just to pull across and sweep ahead as they turn left, and that's it. That's Rapinosa into the podium position.
That was also Halleman probably deciding not to fight it too hard, and slot in behind Abranosa and keep going.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to, know when to pick your battles in these endurance races, because sometimes you can end up just losing more and more time as you battle. Is that car off?
Yeah, I noticed something as well. And props to Abranosa, because he passed him, and now we'll see if he actually has the pace to.
To be the lead guy, yes. As we're seeing the replay here. Yeah, it was just a middle of the road defence that allowed Abranosa to go down the inside. I would definitely say, yeah, looking back on that, it looks like a 169, 139, 169, was I right the first time? 169, yeah, was sort of conceding that position. Sort of saying to themselves, if Abranosa's going to go for that move, you can go for it, just go for it yourself.
It's fun to have a look at the chat. It's pretty active on YouTube, and it's Volker the Chow shouting out to the oldest contestant, Henny Lefebvre, 79 years young.
Ooh.
It's the number 47
He's
BMW.
always proud with that.
He won't be happy to hear that.
Well, if I'm driving endurance like this, when I'm 79, I would be very happy to hear it.
No, I agree. Yeah. I can't even count to 79.
We have a driver waiting to speak to us. Shall I bring him in, guys?
Yeah.
Patrick Prince. I cannot remember which team he's from. Snack and Sons. Car 990.
So here we're seeing the replay of the no further action between car 990. Just a little love tap. I'm unsure as to why that was a no further action, but I will allow the stewards to have more of an understanding of what's gone on there. I've already saw more angles than I did. And here we are joined by Patrick Prince.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you doing?
It's not been a good first stint, you can probably see. I don't know what to say really. It's just the rear ending lap one, it happens. But then even though I only had 7 seconds of damage, the car wouldn't handle the high speed corners and the rear just kept slipping out on me no matter how fast or slow I took it. So that forced us to pit and then lap down, and it's just been trying to recover from there. And yeah, the ice, I just saw that other incident on the last lap before I went in for the pits. Another tap on the rear. I think that one is a bit... that one's hit or miss, I think, because obviously I'm on old tyres, old late stint, and he's on fresh ones, and he's one of the front runners. So the speed difference is there. I don't think they took that into consideration. I was probably going a bit slower than I should have done through that part as well, because I'm just going through comms, making sure the pit's set up properly.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, when I got into the pits, we had no fuel set, so I forgot to put any fuel in the car.
Oh no. Well, it's all a learning experience, isn't it? So.
Yeah, and to be fair, even though I hate the fact that I've messed up that badly, the fact that our race had already been, set precedent of being a lap down for most of it. It's better it happens then than say we're fighting for P10, 20 or what have you.
Oh yeah, it's a very good attitude to have. Yeah, it's a shame that you're a lap down so early on in the race, but it does give you the opportunity to sort of just run your own race and not have to think about other people.
I just hope the other guys can still enjoy it, because I've done my stint now. We're considering, it was like questionable who would be in the car for the fifth one, but after all that, I'm just gonna take a step back and let them decide. I think my racing's done for the day.
But I hope you've enjoyed your stint like you did, even with few incidents you had.
It's my first sort of major sort of time where I've had to deal with a lot of blue flags, and there was one point where I think 4 cars swamped me going into club. I had 2 cars either side, and I was just stuck in the middle. I had no idea what to do.
Yeah, it can be very scary in those situations.
Yeah, managed to make it through at least.
Oh, well done. Yeah, it's a tough one when you do come out the pits and you think to yourself, oh, I'm just getting blue flagged, I'm just getting overtaken, I'm just losing time. But eventually you find a bit of a gap, and you can stay in that gap and not get blue flagged constantly.
Yeah, it's like, as you say, it's a learning experience. I found my rhythm for the most part. I don't think I was pushing anywhere near as much as I could have done or should have done, seeing as I got my fastest lap 2 laps from pitting, and I was like a second and a half off my PB on high fuel. But it's one of those that you're just trying to enjoy it rather than push and make more mistakes and get angrier.
Yeah,
because at the end of the day, all we're just racing to have fun, aren't we? All of us. So
exactly, all of us are just here to have some fun.
It.
Yeah, and I hope you're enjoying it, because you've picked a very difficult car for an endurance series, the Lamborghini. It wouldn't be my first choice personally.
Well,
what was the reason for picking?
Initially, we were in. Because we were quite late to join in here, and a few of us, I think 3 of the 4 of us are in the GT3 series. We were going to do a different a Bathurst 12-hour, and the Lambo feels really good for that. But then just things happened, and we changed that. But we decided to stick with the Lamborghini for this, and then I also decided at the last second I'll switch to it in my the GT3 league here as well.
Good. Yeah, well,
Wise Boy in the chat as well. He's Matt, who will be in the car later. The stints 4 and 6. He's not happy with that.
Yeah, I can see him calling it an absolute brick is probably not the nicest compliment for the car, is it?
I like it. I'm a big fan of the car, but I like understeery cars, and that's what that car has in abundance. So yeah, it's just things that happen sometimes.
Good, yeah, well, as long as you're enjoying it, that's all that matters, isn't it? Screw the rest of the team.
I was going to say, for a team event, yeah, that's brilliant, yeah. As long as you're the only one that's enjoying it.
Well, I am driver 1, aren't I? So, I can put my foot down.
Yeah, you're all that matters.
Oh no, I've accidentally joined the wrong car.
Oops.
Well, at the same time, we didn't want to use cars that, for whatever reason, we decided that we weren't going to use cars that people like. So Lulu and Alex both run the Honda in Tier 1 for the GT3 League, and they've both been running the Honda for ages, but they didn't want to use it for endurance. So, taking that into account, Wise is here, Matt, he's a big Merc fan as well. And again, he was happy not to use that. We didn't want to be in the overpowered cars either, so we decided not to go with McLaren or the BMW. So we were already fairly limited on our options.
Yeah, that is what happens when you say you don't want to be in the popular cars. You end up putting your options down to about 3 cars.
Yeah,
I saw the replay there was a big incident between Mark Neutlings and was it the 77?
Oh no!
And yeah, there was a poor rejoin at the end of it as well. Just a bit impatient to get back on the track. Probably should have waited for cars to come round, but these things happen, and I'm sure the stewards will deal with it.
Oh, so Patrick, how are you gonna approach the rest of the? What is it? 4 hours and 8 minutes left.
Yeah. The aim, I think, is just to enjoy ourselves. Have the other guys see where we can end up. Hopefully, minimal mistakes, no issues or incidents with other cars. And if there are collisions elsewhere in the track, people pick up damage and have to repair that in the pits. Or we've seen a couple stop goes for speeding on entry as well. A few more of them, we can still make a race out of it at the end of the day, and hopefully try and hit. So I think if we hit P30 by the end of this, I'll be very happy with how bad it's gone. it's just changing sort of the where our sights were set, because we got a really good qualifying. We were a lot higher up than we expected, getting P18 to start the race. And yeah, so I think I don't know really what our aim was. None of us exactly spoke about it, but for me, it was just staying in that top 20 would have been like great. And now I think it's just seeing how far we can sort of claw back from everything that's happened. Oh, we're in P35 right now. Okay.
Yeah, you've not got far to go to get to that magic P30. You've still got 4 hours to do it, so I would say that's a reasonable goal to set yourselves.
Yeah, and these other guys, a lot of them are faster than me as well. I was struggling with my speed throughout the whole last 3 weeks because I didn't know this until Wednesday, but my Logitech wheel has throttle flickering on max throttle, so it wouldn't always apply 100%. I only found out on Wednesday, and this has been going on for about a month and a half, 2 months, so in every league race as well with SSRi, I've had this unknown bug.
Yeah, that'll slow you down.
Yeah, I found about half a second as soon as I sorted it, but still, it then made a difference on my braking points and
yeah, changes everything.
So it made a fair difference on my learning process. But yeah, with these faster guys now in the car, hopefully we can make it to P30. I think we hit P30 or any higher, I'll be ecstatic.
Keep an eye on it.
yeah, we'll definitely. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on you, and we'll be rooting to see if you can get that.
Thank you. Do you like the livery, by the way?
Yeah, I was just mentioning there is the car 990. It's a black and I think it's green yellowish, isn't it?
It's purple and lime. It's if you catch it right on the sunlight on the side pods. It's got some black in it, but if you catch it right, you can see the purple sort of pop out on occasion.
Yeah, you can see it indeed.
Yeah, that's all Lulu's creation there, so we can thank her for that.
Oh yes, but it's a beautiful colour Lamborghini, and that livery does look very good.
We actually owned a car like way back 50 years back, and it had that color purple, and of course it's marketing, so it's not called purple. It's called, I don't know, aubergine something. But I really like that, and you don't see that often in real life.
It's got 38. Going down the inside will be the 992 Porsche. That's Anthony Brown. Doing a very good job in that Lexus. Really showing how much horsepower that Lexus has. And the 992 doing a nice bit of defending there. Really showing, don't go down my inside of this Abbey corner. It will not end well for both of us. And I'm going to keep that position.
And that's a left car right behind the 992, or am I mistaken?
I think you're right. I think that is a lap car, yeah.
Yeah, so he was probably showing his intention, like, do not go on the inside, you're not fighting me.
Yeah, we're not in a battle. I'm in a battle with the car in front. Yeah, it can be one of those things. You have a battle with a car in front. You lose a bit of ground, and the car gets a lap down, sees an opportunity, and starts trying to race you. And you're like, no, please stop. Let me catch up to the car in front again. I only lost time because of a battle.
I can definitely say I experienced that a lot in my stint. You sort of just have to pick your moment if they've made a major mistake, or I think just about showing respect. And hopefully, I'd like to think I was a nice enough back marker that I've gained some respect, that if it happens the other way around, these guys would also get out of the way or help return the favour in the future.
Yeah, it's I would say it's definitely always best to try and give the position up when you're being lapped, because you're going to lose the least amount of time possible, and hopefully the cars that you're going to be battling will be trying to fight the cars that are lapping them, and they will lose time to you.
Yeah, and of course you can always get those situations where a really fast car had an incident, had an accident, or had some issues, and they're a lap down, but they're actually really fast and on equal pace or faster pace. And I think it's always wise in that case, to be predictable, show where you are going, or you are going to move, and that's what happened over here.
Exactly, yeah, and Lucio Del Toro, it's difficult, that one. Yeah, I think it looks like he's the only car in the 59s right now, which is it's pretty damn good pace around Silverstone for a full fuel tank. Full tank of fuel is the right way to say that, but I had to really think about how I'd said that and why it was wrong.
That's the beauty when you're not non-native English. You know, you just don't notice that you don't notice that you're saying things in a wrong way.
Perfect. I'll do commentary for the Dutch in the future. I'll have no idea that I'm wrong.
Yeah. It looks like we're having quite a fierce fight for position 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Van der Hoek, Alexander and Swearing.
Yeah, Alexander is he's very quick. He's doing very good lap times. Yeah, he's in the 59s as well. So similar lap times to the leader. He's re-picking his way through the field. So on to go back to this very fast Lamborghini I was talking about earlier. And I think it's more of a matter of when, not if, they get by that Lamborghini, because Jack is a very quick driver. See the Audi sort of letting these two get through and continue their battle uninterrupted. And the 12 with Bart Zarenk getting through as well. These two nose to tail through this village complex of corners. Slowest corner on the Silverstone track.
Just have to look, and I think that both the team by Swearing and the team by Jack Alexander, team SMR, they're both with 2 drivers. So they're. I'm just wondering if that's gonna kind of come into play, because there's 208 there with 3 drivers, so they might have some juice left in the end because they have a driver extra.
Yeah, there's 2 sides to that. You have a driver that's fresher than the other drivers, so might be able to put in faster laps. But the other side of it is what having 3 drivers just gives you more variance. You've got to set a car up for 3 drivers instead of 2 drivers, so even more compromises. We see a little mistake from the 208. It's just going to allow the BMW to get alongside, and the 208 holds it very well there. The BMW had actually had the inside for the first corner there. 208 lives for fight another day. With 715 just trying to get a run here. I think they're going to get a run all the way down this hanger straight. The 208 is going to stick hard down to the inside, make the 715 go all the way around the outside, but BMW's got a lot of downforce. I suspect we will be able to hang it all the way around the outside of Stowe. That's what's going to happen. 715 is ahead going into the Vale chicane. Should be able to get the move done here, and yeah, it seems they are. They're just going to slot ahead. Now it's 715 is going to try and drive away from this 208, I suspect.
Race control.
Interesting.
No further action for incident between cars 750 and 86 on lap 49. No further action for incident between cars 750 and 86 on lap 49.
There's a little mistake from the 715, allowed the 208 to start getting on the rear of it again. And race control, no further action for cars 750 and 86 on lap 49. And a little bit of weaving going on from the 715 trying to break that slipstream. 208 shows his nose for the inside, but doesn't have enough of an overlap to try and send it.
Yeah, and I was about to say.
Sorry?
I was about to say that you have like 2 corners of fighting between the 715 and 208, and 750 made the move. But those 2 corners of battling really got that number 12 car by Swearing close again.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
you don't have to have a really big fight for the other competitors to really gain some time on you.
Yeah, you can lose a lot of time by trying to go side by side through some corners, and it just pulls everyone back into the fight with you and make your job even harder.
Meanwhile, we do have a yellow flag. I think it's the car number 62. Car 63.
entrance to Max Beckett's.
That's the CBS. No, it's Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport Blue.
Oh, that's not good for them. They've been stationing there for a while. I wonder what's happened. I think Jack Alexander's now just starting to settle into his rhythm. Now he's ahead and starting to get his own braking zones. See a replay of car 63. What's happened? We're suspecting it's a hardware issue because it looks like they're just pulling over to the edge of the side of the track just to stop. And they're going to hit the barrier. Yeah, I think that's a wheel disconnect, and because they start getting on the brakes as soon as the car starts turning. Yeah, I think that's a wheel disconnect. That's such a shame. It's so heart-wrenching and gutting when a mechanical failure hits you in a sim race.
Why
you think to yourself,
in chat they've had a game crash?
Oh no!
In the endurance chat that they won't be rejoining either because they're already 4 laps down.
Such a pity.
Yeah, it's such a shame. As I'm saying, it's so painful because you think to yourself, it's a sim race. You know, the engine's never going to blow up, your gearbox isn't going to fail, but then your equipment fails and you get a mechanical failure, just like real life.
It's quite nice having that realism.
Yeah, it can be.
It's very frustrating when it doesn't go your way, like I've experienced, but...
Yeah, that's very good pace from Jack Alexander, a 1:58.8. So really showing that they definitely had the pace to be right up there. And if they hadn't, imagine how this race could have been if they hadn't had that stop go 30. You know, where would they have been? Would they have been, you know, in second place? You know, maybe ahead of Clayton Barney. But yeah, with 3 hours 55 on the clock, anything can happen. You know,
the gap to the top 3 and isn't that big.
No, it really isn't. It really isn't. And that's exactly what I mean with that stop go 30. Hadn't been there.
Yeah.
Where could they have been? Could they have been leading? Wow, 1.5 seconds faster than the car ahead. That is quite the improvement on that time, and he'll be seeing that, and that'll be just be invoking confidence in him to just be driving up to the back, be so like excited in the car. I know I would be catching someone ahead by that amount, rubbing my hands together on every straight, thinking, "Come on, there's a good battle over here."
Shouldn't you be holding the steering wheel?
No, I'm on the straight. I don't need to hold the steering wheel.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and with almost 4 hours to go, you're also not worried that you run out of time, because sometimes you have that. You know, like you're 10 seconds behind and a second a lot faster, but there are 12 minutes left, and you're getting a bit frustrated. Like the pressure is really on, because you have to do that 1 second every single lap. But that's not the case right now. So you can just enjoy it and gain the time on a competitor ahead of him.
Exactly, and without that pressure, you could probably even drive faster. Because that pressure, I know for myself, a bit of pressure slows me down by quite a bit. The CBSR of Anthony Terhorst here, the number 69. I have to say, what is one of my favourite liveries that we have. I love the colour combination of the light blue all the way through to that purple, that gradient. Don't tell them I said that.
It's a bit Alpine-like.
Yeah, it is a bit.
It's completely different, but the colours are there.
Look, that's got a stop go 30 in the pits. Is that from entering the pits? Yeah, I think it will be. It's just I can't see where they are on track.
We also see the first car doing a second pit stop, I guess. Richard Pixley.
Yeah, stopping just after the hour. That makes sense. So, possible driver change. Swap back over.
Race control. No further action for cars 750 and 77 on lap 52. No further action for incident between cars 750 and 77 on lap 52.
So there was no further action for the incident between cars 750 and 77 on lap 52. So that was as Mark was on the inside of Stowe, and the 77 started to turn in. The stewards deemed that was neither driver's fault. It was a racing incident.
So the stop go 30 must have been for a pit lane infringement.
Yeah.
So they've wrestled in the car now.
I would suspect it is the stop go 30 is for the pit lane because David Russell's in the car.
Is there an echo in here?
Sounds like a... No, there is. Yeah, you're right. You say the information that's right, and I repeat it.
Oh, right, okay.
When you say information that's wrong, I ignore you.
Oh, is that why you don't repeat quite a lot of stuff?
Yes. But
nice to see the cars. We've managed to hit P33, so that magical P30, that's my new goal. I don't know if it is theirs, but it's nice to see we're on our way to it.
Yeah, when you go back, tell them the new goal.
Yeah, I'll let them know. At
Thank
the
you for
minute,
joining
we're
us.
on our way. A few more penalties for the guys ahead, and we could easily be up there. Obviously, it's not great for them, but inside, I'm smiling slightly. Just the little things, you know. Anyway, anything to help us out.
Yeah, this is motor racing, and anything can happen. So, yeah, good luck for the rest of the race, and thanks for joining us.
Cheers, thanks for having me, guys. It's been great production as well, and I very much appreciate you running all this. So, thanks again.
You're
Have a
welcome.
good one.
Take care,
Bye.
Patrick.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Bye.
Tim Kroll of Walk Driving, just ahead of Rob Jackson. So there's been a driver change. Jack Alexander has handed the car back over to Rob Jackson. Let's see what Rob Jackson can do back in the car again. You know, Rob's not quite as quick as
Race control.
Jack Alexander. I think it's fair to say.
No further action for incident between cars 750 and 77 on lap 54. No further action for incident between cars 750 and 77 on lap 54.
As race control deems no further action for the incident between cars 750 and 77 again. So for the lap after the previous incident. So there's a lot of incidents happening there between those two cars during that stint, and that's really not helped out the 750 at all.
Well, Mark's saying in the chat that he's everything that could go wrong did go wrong during that his stint there, so I think he's a bit frustrated.
He said he's too irritated for an interview.
Yeah, I didn't read that bit out on purpose. So. But you're always welcome to come and join us, Mark, at any time. We know you're probably a bit irritated, but maybe later on.
I didn't think Mark does that. As we're moving on to the leaders, Alessio Del Dottore.
You're getting better at it.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm taking my time, as I say, so I don't get confused. It's 3 words in a row. It's too many for me. I can't read. But they're doing a great job, you know, putting in laps. Not the fastest on track, but consistent, nonetheless. We saw them
27 seconds ahead, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. We saw them run right to the end of the previous driver's stints. I suspect they'll be doing the same thing here. So they'll be pitting around with around 3 hours and a half left.
I'm having a look at the qualifying times, and yeah, they're all 3 of them. There are 3 drivers. They're all 3 of them are very fast. And actually, the third driver, Andrea Giudici, I believe he did the fastest qualifying time of everyone with 1:56.7. So they're looking good. They have a comfortable lead. 3 fast drivers. I'm pretty sure they're quite experienced as well.
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah. It's just no stock go 30s for them, please. Because no, that would put them right back. See, yeah, Rob Jackson's doing 158s. So scratch what I said about him not being as quick as his teammate. He's proved me wrong instantly. So I suspect they'll be moving back up the order just as quickly as they were with Jack Alexander. He's all over the back of Tim Kroll at the moment, and I suspect he'll be thinking to himself, please let me just make a move and get on by. Although Tim is not particularly lapping slowly either.
Or he could just be thinking about what he's having for tea.
Somehow I doubt it. I like to keep those sort of things out of my mind as I race, and here's the move in the slipstream. But the BMW doesn't quite have the top end speed that the Lexus does. You know, the Lexus is extremely quick in a straight line, and even in the slipstream there, the BMW with a run on the Lexus could not pull himself alongside. We're going to see the a lap car here sort of put the Lexus off a little bit as they let them through at the apex. It's allowing Rob Jackson to just continue his run all the way down to Hamilton Straight.
You could see the Lexus had a great accident, so he could gain a meter or something on the straight.
So he's just showing off how good the BMW is on the brakes there as he put himself alongside on the outside there.
This feels like an overtake waiting to happen. They're just waiting for it. It feels like it's gonna happen. It's a question of when and how much time will Jackson lose trying to pass Tim Kroll. And
seeing an indicator on Tim Kroll.
Yeah, Tim Kroll is.
He's showing he's going into the pits. Yeah.
He is.
That's released Rob Jackson to go do his lap time, so he didn't really lose a huge amount of time there behind Tim Kroll. But yeah, the 2016 will have that just show how much time he was losing. If he was doing a 158 when he was in clean air, and he's a 201 behind Tim Kroll, that is a fair amount of time. But he's now got 15 seconds to the car in front, so let's put his hammer down and really put the laps in now. Evan Dafas, we know NT is a D in Greek. I've been told this by him before.
Could you repeat that, please, Kieran, for the people that didn't quite grasp it?
An N and a T next to each other in the Greek language signifies the pronunciation of the letter D.
Okay. So you're saying it's called Evan Dafas?
Dafas, yes, indeed.
This is one of those moments that I'm really questioning, like, am I going to believe this or not?
Yeah, do you believe him or not? I'm sure if any of his teammates are in chat and want to come through a voice interview, it'd be brilliant.
It looks like he's going for a move on the outside, and the car behind, I think, they're
That's
being left.
They are... Oh no, bad jokes in my ear. Let's go 420, who we thought was in the pits for multiple laps.
Yeah, exactly. So they're probably a couple of laps down, but they're really fast because they were top 3 in the beginning. So it's a bit of an awkward situation for the... Yeah, they survived. I was about to say it's a bit of a difficult situation for the Wild Things Racing with such a fast car behind you, who are a couple of laps down, but he made the move now.
The 101 conceded that position very nicely to the 79. So I suspect, yeah, they've given up the space to the 420, so I suspect the 420 will be moving up on the back of Evan Daffas, and maybe the one I want to be hoping, actually, as they as the 420's trying to get past Daffas, maybe the 101 could get by Daffas as well. Yeah, I'm right. I know I'm right. I see the 101's peeling off into the pits. Yeah, no one can hear that Steve is just confirming that I'm completely right on the pronunciation of Evan Daffas' name.
Unfortunately, we see stop and go for the number 4 car.
Oh no, stop and go. That's gonna put. Oh, that's a big pit stop in the way of their race. That's pit number 4, hot air balloon, yellow. Got a NordVPN sponsor on the side there. I wonder who's got the affiliation there. Colt Barney making his way through some lap traffic. It's been a quiet race for these this number 5 Odyssey Racing, isn't it? There's not really much been going on. They've been too quick for the car behind and too fast and too slow for the car in front, haven't they?
I'll go with yes. Is that the answer you were looking for?
It was indeed. Yeah, you're learning. I like it.
Went to 5 years of marriage, that mate.
Learning to listen, or just say yes whenever.
I didn't say
whenever there's silence. That was a. Here we see Chris Johansson, DGTL Racing. A little batter with Mila Dormer, with 212 BMW. Now, the driver of the 212 is in currently in the AM class of our GT3 championship, but it's like they've been incorrectly placed in that because they seem to dominate their races.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What do you mean incorrectly?
Well, there was unfortunately pre-season testing. It does give it a fair representation, but some people are better at some tracks than other people. And clearly, Mr. Dormer was not so quick at Barcelona, but he's very quick everywhere else.
So, what would you like me to do about it?
I would like you to accept that pre-season testing, while is absolutely brilliant and gives us the splits that we have, there are always downsides to things. You know, little hiccups that can happen.
So you'll be surprised to hear this, Kieran, but you're absolutely correct.
Wow.
And not everybody's inflammable.
Apart from me, obviously. I'm correct all the time.
Do the part again where you say yes, Chris?
No, Dimitri.
Oh, sorry.
While we're looking at Milan Dormer, I'm just keeping an eye on the gap that Rob Jackson's got to the car in front, and he's taking that 15-second gap down to a 12-second gap. And actually the car in front must have pitted because now the gap has moved and it's a different car. So yeah, Rob Jackson's doing a very good job there, moving away through his field. Oh no, it was just a car in the pits. Yes.
We have the race leader in the pits at the moment.
Yeah. A little bit earlier than I anticipated. Right, 8 minutes too early. But we've swapped over to, was it Alessio Milani? So
yeah, you would think so. No, I think it's Andrea Giudice.
Did you just sneeze then, Dimitri?
No, I didn't, because it is actually Milani. So I have to say Kieran was right.
Just once again, it's happening. But it's allowed the 169 and the number 5 to move through. I'm sure they'll be pitting in the next 7 or so minutes. But it doesn't show what a gap they've had where they pit and they come out just behind their 3rd place.
Dominant. Very dominant. That reminds me, Kieran, how come SSRi haven't got a team in this event?
We are, as a team, we are looking to expand our horizons and race in another series to hopefully pull other drivers from other series to our event.
Beautifully explained. Doesn't answer the question though.
It does. It perfectly answers the question. One of my thoughts was for the 24 at the end. Maybe just join whoever. Put a couple of us in any random team we could possibly find. Not have an SSRi team, but maybe have a few of our esports drivers sprinkled across for a bit of fun.
With a sprinkling of SSRi team drivers thrown in for the mix. It's going back to Steve Baking.
Can we pick the teams then? So we put them in the Lamborghinis and the Hondas?
No.
Well, to be fair, that's we might raffle them off like we did last year, and that's how we ended up with 7.
And we see Milani showed just how much pace he does have. He's got fresh tyres on, and he's really, really hounding the 169. Who doesn't need to defend because they are sort of on different strategies, and he has, not closed the door on him there into the Vale chicane, and it's allowed Milani to just sweep on through. Seen Nelson Abrahamson in the car, the uncle of Mike. Just closing up behind the 992 of Ben Smith. I have to say, Porsche looks incredible going through those corners. Beautifully squatted car. Knows it's just in the slipstream. Porsche's not the fastest in a straight line, so if he can get close and get a good run down into one of these straights, he should be able to get himself alongside and make it a fair fight on the brakes into the corner.
I was about to say the same, but you didn't really notice the straight line speeds difference there.
Yeah, I think the gap was just a bit too much for the slipstream to really take an effect.
So has BMW taken the biggest wing prize off the Porsche? Because I always thought the Porsche had a huge wing. I'm not question for these.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm actually comparing the wings now of the Porsche and the BMW, but difficult to say. Or actually the Aston Martin.
Yeah, I've never really thought about how big the Porsche wing is. It's really tall, isn't it, for the back of that car? Not something I've ever looked at. Abrahamson is taking a different line there to try and get a good exit. And he's done exactly that, got himself a good exit. Don't think it'll be enough here, but he keeps himself in contention.
Am I right that Milani is already back in P1, so he also passed Alleman?
Yep, past Alleman, and then Barney must have pitted.
Oh yeah, that's it. We actually watched him pass Alleman, but it's Barney that has pitted. I was wondering how did he gain 2 positions in 1 lap?
Raw talent.
So Milan is the only one of that team that we didn't know what his pace was. And it seems like he's on a very, very similar pace to the other 2 members of that team, doesn't it? So it's not a weak, it's a very, very strong team.
Yeah, they've got the best of all the worlds. They've got fresh drivers and consistent drivers. So it looks like it's their race to lose, basically.
That's putting the pressure on as well.
Well,
If one of the co-drivers is hearing this, I'm like, yeah, he might be right. We should not make that mistake, and then stuff happens.
see Holman's coming to the pits now to make his driver swap, so we're going to see just how much of a gap Milani's got to the cars behind. It's going to be massive, isn't it? And we get Neville's in the pits as well to make his stop.
Yeah, you would think it would be about 40 seconds. Possibly a bit more, actually.
Yeah, somewhere around that. Yeah, it's almost going to be that by the end of the race they might be able to get themselves to stop go 30 and still be in the lead. I wonder how close James Mead will actually be when they come around here. As the Porsche's come into the pits, and that's the race that Abernhauser to carry on about his stint and just settle in and put some laps in. Yes, 37 seconds. Is the gap from the leaders of 138 back to the number 5. That's an absolutely dominant race from them so far. No one really able to put any pressure on them.
No further action for incident between cars 5 and 212 on lap 6-7. No further action for incident between cars 5 and 212 on lap 67.
See, no further action for car 5 and 212 on lap 62. So maybe as the number 5 was lapping the 212, maybe they came together a little bit of touchy door. That was a good phrase, wasn't it?
It was a beautiful phrase that you used that I'm still trying to come to terms with what the hell you said.
Did I see a really slow car on the straight there?
Yeah, you did, but the 73 was very slow down the Hamilton straight. I wonder what's happened there. They've brought out a yellow flag. They come to nearly a full stop there. They're still moving a little bit. No, that's a full stop there.
He is showing us as a yellow flag now, so he probably came to a full stop.
And there he started moving again, so he's a white flag. And so Rob Jackson's doing a really fantastic job here, up to 5th place. Just put the laps in. Once he got released there from the car that was in front of him, he's just put the laps in. What was his last lap time? .1:59.7. Yeah, so good lap times there. Quicker than all the cars in front of him. So he should just be catching up. And it's really maybe we were saying such a dominant drive from Milani. Maybe at least this team SMR could have been the ones fighting 138 and really keeping them honest.
Happy to see that my calculations are still on though, because James Mead, he's 39 seconds behind Milani.
Yeah, it was almost exactly what you said, wasn't it? So spot on. I wouldn't hold your breath for Chris to get something right. Might be there for a while.
What's this? Pick on the fat bloke?
No, just pick on the guy from Manchester. Don't look at my passport. I'm not from Manchester, I swear.
I noticed the name Jean Beton in the P7 areas, in the number 12 car. He's actually in quite a close fight, but I always find that name in Dutch it's quite a funny name. And I was in my fridge and I noticed this jar of mayonnaise and it was called Jean Beton. So every time I open the fridge now I have to think of him.
I'll get rid of the fridge or the mayonnaise.
Lovely. So good. John Baton, I know he's a very good driver. He's currently in the silver class in the GT3 series, driving the Lexus. So yeah, I had a few good chats with him. A nice race with Imola around him, around Imola with him. It was. Steve, don't laugh at me tripping over my words.
He joined up with, I think it's Nurburgring, which is also a pretty fast drive. So they're a quick team.
Yeah, but
I've got two other drivers for the rest of the season as well. Sorry, stop both of you there. They've got two other drivers for the rest of the season as well. Van der Linden and Pete Vanya.
Right.
Yeah, so two more solid drivers there. So that'll be a good team for the longer races. And Jumperton's closing up on the back of this 61 of Dallas, the Wolf car. Let's see when this move's going to happen then, because very close to Stowe. See the wing mirror of the J-Dog Simsport blue car.
Yeah, just waiting for the car to appear in the rear view mirror. But
that lovely bit of cooling down the side of the McLaren. You see a big Aston Martin behind as well.
Just keep it in there, because I thought you were going to say something completely different.
Get your mind out the gutter.
I can't.
it's great to see as well that their team there, they always have like the same livery, but they switch it up every year a little bit. But they always keep in the same theme, so they're very recognizable.
Yeah, the Sim Racing Holland.
Sim Racing Holland, yeah.
I do always recognise their livery whenever I see it. It's a very recognisable livery, distinct colours. Did we happen to steal those colours? Be quiet, no one knows.
Well, it looks like, you know, they're very close to each other, but Mr. Baton does not have the massive speed advantage, so he can make a really easy move. So they might just opt to keep the lap times down and not make life too hard on each other.
Yeah, very much. I mean, yeah, you've got a lot of the time you do have to pick whether having a battle with the car in front is worth it, because you might be quicker than them, but only by a few tenths. So it might actually just be worth it for you to just sit behind and not, you know, put pressure on them so that they drive slower or defensive lines and then slow you both down.
Yeah, exactly. And if they make a mistake, you know, then well, you take the opportunity, of course, but it's no sense of really fighting hard and losing lots of time when you're only a tenth or two faster than them. You know? If you lose 2 seconds, it will lose you much more than you gain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can easily lose 2 seconds in just one lap by having a battle with someone. Do that over 10 laps or so. You know, as we're seeing Vincent Wilczek, Green Mist Racing, closing up on the back of the number 4 BMW.
We've got Mike Abranosa waiting to come into the shed, so I'll drag him in for a quick interview.
Let's drag him down to the shed with no windows. Hello, Mike. How are you doing?
Hey, chaps. Doing well, thanks. How are you?
Oh, big crash between the 77 there and who was that? I can't even tell, but it was a big crash there into the Vale. But yeah, we're doing very well. Yeah.
I seem to always land in the SSRi commentary box right at the time of a big smash. I think I joined the commentary box on the 24-hour right when there was a big smash, and then I think I was put on hold for ages.
Put on hold.
Put on hold.
We've been watching yourself and Nelson doing very well in that Triple 3. So how's your race been going so far from your perspective?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. I think we are probably a little bit up the order compared to maybe where we thought we were going to be. I think we qualified 14th, 15th, and then I think car 4, if I'm not mistaken, got teleported to pits. So made a position right on the formation lap. That's just how good I am. But no, just stayed out of trouble. There were a couple of incidents ahead, but really good start, good pit stop, and then my double stint just really went incident free. So yeah, Nelson's doing some great lap times now. Just spotting for him because our other driver, Mr. Vickers, has abandoned us for today.
He's a letdown, isn't he? He's just a letdown.
Absolutely. So yeah, I find myself having to spot and drive, but no, all good. All good. How's the race been from a, your perspective? Because obviously there's a lot of other action going on.
There's been a few incidents. Nothing too big. Just probably a bit of fatigue setting in for some of the drivers. A little bit of a foggy mind. People turning in a bit too early, but nothing too big. It's been a good racing so far.
Yeah, Silverstone's one of those tracks where it doesn't look all that difficult, but I think you take your eye off the ball just for a little bit and you see half a second here, half a second there. A couple of the laps where I was just adjusting for pit strat, and then you get to the end I was like, oh dang, I lost a second and a half.
yeah, it's so easy, isn't it? Because it's a lot of high-speed corners, so you miss your turn in by a fraction of a second and you're off. Yeah,
absolutely. And if you guys are, if you do want to watch, I think Hokola's just about to overtake us. That's probably going to happen any second now. So
we're seeing that on screen.
Yeah. But no, otherwise, good race. Just trying to stay out of trouble. We still got a long way to go. 3 hours 20. I think where some folk might do the full 75 minutes, we're probably going to be closer to the 60-65 minutes. Just that there's only 2 of us, so. Like you said, that fatigue sets in, you start making mistakes, you get a bit anxious, end up in the back of somebody, and that's what we want to avoid.
Yeah, definitely. And the tyres are a little bit more worn at the end of that 75 than they are at 60, aren't they? So
yeah, I'm finding tyre wear does sort of go, whether that's just a bit of an aggressive driving style through maggots and beckets, to be determined, but other than that, the lap times, I think we're fairly consistent, though there are some fast boys making their way up the track.
Yeah, no, you've, as I say earlier, you've sort of kept yourselves to yourselves, and you've done a good job of sort of staying out of trouble. Yeah,
thank you. Nice job, by the 138 and the 5. They've absolutely run away with it. So I think Plate was about 23 seconds ahead of me. I don't know what the gap is now, and I don't know who was driving initially, but yeah, the leader, they're gone. They're halfway around the track already.
Yeah, they are very quick. There's 3 of them, and they all seem to be exactly the same pace. It's incredible.
Yeah. So yeah, back to it. Stay out of trouble. But as always, thanks for having us here. Thanks for hosting. Thanks for commentating. We'll keep watching the stream.
No, thank you for racing.
All right, thanks, chaps. We'll see you maybe closer to the end of the race.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, cheers for now.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so
Sorry, it's strange when those wrong numbers get redirected to us, isn't it?
But it's nice that they want to stay and have a chat, though.
It is, with the 2-car team as well. 2-car team, that's the wrong thing, wasn't it? 2-driver team. I'm getting as bad as you, Kieran.
Nearly. Not quite.
I was wondering how you could do that, a 2-car team, but...
2-car team with 1 driver.
That would be impressive. I'd be very, very impressed to see that. controller and wheel at the same time. It's possible. Yeah, we're seeing Hakola closed up on the back of Abranosa here, and Abranosa's doing a fantastic job of just sticking to his line and making it very difficult for Hakola to get by.
Yeah, I think Mike was expecting the move to be made whilst he was on with us, wasn't it? Where it's now.
Yeah, there's the move. I think Abranosa's decided he doesn't want to lose any more time. Yeah, that was going to be my next point. Yeah, Jackson is the next car that Abranosa has to worry about. Because Jackson's doing some very decent lap times, isn't they? 1:59.6 it was the last lap. That's a really good pace, you know. And if they're doing that consistently, that is up there with being the fastest car on the track at the moment. And the only cars faster than them are the leader of Milani. No one else is doing. You know, the car behind Dallas is doing a 0.6 as well. But other than that, not really anyone else.
So what you're saying is that Nelson Abranosa really has quite a battle on his hands in a couple of laps. And,
yeah.
It's not only Jackson, but it's also Dallas.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. What's the gap between Dallas and Jackson? Yeah, nearly 10 seconds. So they'll be sort of closing up. And I imagine when Jackson gets on the back of Abranosa, the gap from Dallas to Jackson will close up as well.
Yeah. And he's meeting on traffic right now, so probably this lap will be a bit off base. That always comes into play, of course, as well.
Bill.
Right, so we're watching some
Oh, we just thought we'd take a small break there while Dimitri had some wine and mayonnaise. Obviously, weird combination. Don't know what he was thinking of there. But we hope you enjoyed the highlights so far. We're almost 3 hours into this event. We're currently watching Car 12, which is the sim racing Holland. With John Betton. Funnily enough, the mayonnaise reference comes again.
Exactly, that was what I was going to say. It's no coincidence that John Betton is on screen right now, probably due to the mayonnaise. In my defense, I do have the wine, but I left the mayonnaise in the fridge.
Do you think Steve did that on purpose?
I'm guessing so. Yeah.
He can be a bit evil.
But it's still one of the closest battles on track, so that might be the reason as well. Within a second to Dallas. But we also have car number 38 by McGee. And I'm having a look, he's actually battling Mo in a 666 Aston Martin.
Can't tell you how long this battle's been going on for. Certainly since we started watching it.
Which is 20 seconds now. I'm actually having a look at, since we're approaching the 3 hour mark, how we are doing on, if there are any cars who have made some big gains since the start. Obviously we still have Team Racing Point in the lead. They also qualified first, so that's a great job by them. Let's have a look. Car number 715, B5, so they made a drop back a couple of places, but not too bad. Car number 5 in second position. And Team R&E ACC in third, driven by Jonas Hakola.
I think it's brilliant that you're able to pronounce all these surnames.
Yeah, especially considering I'm looking at quite a small PDF, and my eyesight is pretty bad actually, so I'm amazed as well. I think the biggest the biggest game at the moment is Car 33 with Nelson and Bernosa. They started on P14 and are now in fourth. I'm not 100% sure if they're on the same strategy pit-wise compared to the cars around them.
Well, I think Mike, who was on before, was saying that there was. I was watching a replay. Is that Bart's? Sorry, John. Is John scaring the car off? We get the tie. Very clean.
Yeah, that's a great reason.
I was expecting some sort of contact there when the replay came up, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a great overtake. You could see a small twitch in the car in front, and he really took an opportunity. He went to the inside, and they just went through a couple of corners side by side.
10-second time penalty for car 821 for causing a collision with car 77 on lap 77. 10-second time penalty for car 821 for causing a collision with car 77 on lap 77.
So we have race control with a 10-second time penalty for car 821, causing a collision with car 77 on lap 77 as well. So that's a bit of a coincidence.
Also, you took the words out of my mouth there.
I was curious about what the race control would come up. Looks like today there have been quite some racing incidents which didn't warrant any further action, so that's always good to see. So you don't have too much really crazy stuff going on. In this case, there was a 10-second time penalty.
Cars down in 27th place. You can see the penalty's now been applied. And they're 3 laps down.
Yeah. Yeah, car 77 has been a bit unlucky with some really quick lap times, but also some incidents that they got involved in, not always because of their own doing, and apparently in the beginning of the race some netcode issues probably. So it's not been their luckiest race today, but still 3 hours left.
Sorry, they started in 4th, didn't they?
Yeah, could be. Having a look. Yeah, they started 4th, you're right.
Well, totally they've dropped so far 13 places. So yeah, it is a bit of a nightmare of a race, probably one that they want to forget about. You can see that the gap between the Abernorsers and Rob Jackson has been half. It was at 1.25 seconds now, down to 12.2 seconds. Still gaining.
I think we had Dallas right behind Jackson as well, also gaining an Eberhauser, but Dallas has been passed by Baton right now, so it might be 3 cars chasing Eberhauser. So it could be they could be in for quite a fight.
Harding on board with John Doe, Germany, trying to chase down Alex McGee. Lexus, obviously John Doe's in the course, by the way. Getting very close on the brakes there. I lost a little bit of time because of that, having to brake a bit too much.
Alan McGee himself isn't far off Perdomo either, so he doesn't want to defend too hard and lose a lot of time, because he also, there we see the move done. If he can stick it to the inside, he can. So he didn't lose too much time, so both of them could probably chase Perdomo right now, or at least they'll try to.
So again, a clean overtaking. Nice, very nice to see. Sorry, Dimitri, I keep coming in my talk. I'll just keep quiet now.
That's no problem. We're here to both of us, so sometimes you also need to have a drink too. We're back to Rob Jackson right now. I think it's Rob. Is it Rob?
It is.
Do you know that, Chris?
Quite right. Yeah, it is Rob. Yeah.
So 11.5 seconds to Eberhauser. Looks like he's gaining about half a second each lap. And we should probably approach. What do you think, Chris? Another 15-20 minutes till we have the 3rd round of pit stops?
I think some teams are pitting on or around the hour anyway, and then it's good to see that there's a nice mix of strategies going on. Well, yeah, I'd go with another 15 minutes for the majority of people, I would think.
Yeah, I'm curious how that will play out, because if I remember correctly, the 333 car Eberhauser, they had a slightly different pit stop strategy to the rest.
Yeah, Mike did mention something like that, didn't he? Yes. I'm trying to recollect in my tiny brain what he actually said, but I'm sure he said he was. Yeah, you're right. He was on a different strategy.
Race control.
I've covered all of this.
Official warning for car 42 for unsafe rejoin with car 212 on lap 77. Official warning for car 42 for an unsafe rejoin with car 212 on lap 77.
We have another small incident on lap 77. This time it's car 42 and car 212. Official warning. I'm also having a look at the weather, Chris. It looks to be pretty stable, so I don't expect any major dropping in temperatures for the remaining 3 hours. Still 15 degrees. Wind picked up a little bit, but it's still not gusting.
Yeah, considering it's 7:10 at night, it's quite warm, isn't it, for this time of year? And as the clock ticks over, showing that we've got less than 3 hours left now. So that's less than 3 hours of the endurance race for you to watch, and less than 3 hours you have to endure our voices.
But it also means that we have done 3 hours, so it's the halfway point, right?
Yeah, there's a song in there somewhere, isn't there? I'm not going to start singing.
I don't actually know the song, so
we're halfway there. Living on a Prayer, Bon Jovi.
Yeah. Well, I'm not the biggest fan.
So we're hoping that someone from Water is going to come and join us shortly for a little chat. A little chat? That's wrong, wasn't it? A little chat. A little chap is something completely different, and I do apologise. Yeah, if you want to come and join us in waiting for the shed, we'll drag you in when there's a free slot, with these thousands of people that are in the shed with us at the moment. Sorry, it's not thousands of people, it's just me to fill the room.
It's interesting to see that Rob Jackson, he was gaining on Ambrose for some laps, but it's the gap is staying quite stable at the moment, and actually Jean Mouton and Dallas are gaining a little bit on Jackson now. So so the fight that we could see happening with Ambrose, it might not happen as fast as we thought it would. Could be due to the traffic. If you look at the track map, yeah, there is quite some traffic, of course.
He could have took a lot out of his tyres in the early stint, early part of the stint as well. So perhaps his tyres are wearing.
Yeah, that's also some it can be frustrating when you're doing the really fast lap times and you see that you're really gaining on the car ahead of you, and then you come up to 3 cars that you have to lap, and they're also very close to each other, and then suddenly you lose another 2 seconds, and it happens. The other cars can't do anything about it either, but sometimes it can be frustrating.
So we have waiting to come into the shed, Wouter. You can pronounce his name a lot better than I can. Dimitri, where did you go? Why did you jump out of We've got...
Wrong button.
There we go. So I'll let you carry out the interview, Dimitri.
Yeah, sure. So, Walter, welcome to the chat. I read on YouTube that you're done for today.
Yeah, did 2:75 stints.
How did it go?
Well, it started quite nervous, but no major issues. Sometimes a little bit unsettled the car, but kept it at no major issues.
Good to hear.
Now is the Maserati.
Well, when we were chatting of it, I was we were in team call, and even if we actually had to drive the Maserati, we would still do it. But it feels nice.
So just let everybody in on the joke there. Walter decided earlier this week to try and take the mickey out to me, and I threatened to put him into the GT4 class in a Maserati. And up till today, he thought he was still going to be in that, but it's managed to join in the Aston.
Yeah,
that's quite a difference as well. Maserati versus Aston.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I'm having a look. Who's driving the Aston right now? About
it's Steve Allen.
Right. And I imagine you're on comms with him as well. How's he doing?
Well, he's doing good. We're at the same pace about, so that's nice. And now, yeah, we're just driving our laps and see what happens. So.
I'm wondering, Walter. It's a team question because you're also in a team with Schalke Fafat, I believe.
Yes.
And I know he has a different driving style. How do you cope with that? With three drivers, three different driving styles. Did you manage to get a setup that works for everyone? And do you use the same brake balance, or do you actually mix up the brake balance according to who's driving?
Well, he sent me a setup earlier this week, just after qualifying, and yeah, Jenna just practiced with it, and I thought it drove quite well, so I was okay with it. Steve was okay with it, and then we just decided to run this one. And for ABS and brake balance stuff, it's just driver dependent, and you can set it up when you're joining the car, so it doesn't really matter. You can change it for yourself.
Do you change it? Do you need a different balance?
No, I didn't have to change it.
Oh, so that's good.
What's also quite nice that you're actually one of the few people who actually can pronounce my name correctly.
That's what you get when you have a Dutch doing the commentating. You know, there are a lot of weird moments, but you know I can pronounce the Dutch names.
I couldn't even spell it right the other day.
Yeah, but that's just a stupid mistake we made for when we were entering the 24 hours of Spa. Then that mistake was made. It wasn't your fault.
I feel better now, thanks for that.
In the meanwhile, we see your teammate Alan letting by one of the faster, or actually two of the faster cars. So that's always something to keep in mind as well. You know, how do you keep some pace in it while dealing with the blue flags? Do you find that hard to do, or is it just does it come natural?
Yeah, I don't think it's hard. Yeah, we have some moments where it's a bit harder to let someone pass cleanly, so it's difficult to predict where he will overtake or she. So sometimes I had to brake and drive slow for a bit longer time, but I had some moments where it's just I only lost a couple of tenths, not big time, so no problems with that.
So you try to plan it a bit, but you know in the end you're also dependent on the pace of the other one. So
yeah,
there's only so much you can plan.
Yeah, the behavior. I had one time this race where the car who was lapping me was also getting lapped at the same moment into Stowe, so I had some scary moments, but it's not that we're still driving, so no major issues.
Good to hear. What is your aim for the rest of the race?
My name?
Top 30?
Yeah, I was thinking before joining top 30 was the goal. We're looking how it will go, and even it's the most important part to take it to the finish. So yeah, it's just we know we can't participate for the win, but if we have fun and we'll stay safe and finish the race, it's good.
Go ahead, finish the race. So, thanks, Wouter. Good luck with that, and have fun watching the rest of the race.
I will do. Bye.
Cheers. So Chris, we have another team, who has some either some bad luck or missing a little bit of pace to come to join the top 10 drivers. But you see that everybody has their own goals, and like Mr. Prince earlier, top 30 is also really nice to fight for, and you also have your competitors around you that you can still fight with and challenge.
We've experienced it where you've got teams and drivers that are dedicated, just go out for the all-out win, and you've got teams and drivers that just want to enter the event and have fun and don't really care where they finish. They finish as high up as they do. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I'm normally in a team like that. I don't.
Yeah, I was watching it because the 990 Lamborghini, it's a team of Mr. Prince that we who aim for the top 30, and I was about to say, you know, they're getting there, P31, and right at that moment they got a drive-through. It's one what do you call it? One track track limit too much.
Such a shame. Such a shame.
But on the bright side, you know, that might give the team of Wouter and the 73 cars another chance to actually go for the top 30. So you have winners and you have people who have the bad luck.
Rob Jackson is still 11 seconds behind. So I suspect that his lap times have dropped off, maybe because of worn tyres. So, like I said earlier on, it'll soon be time to come in for the pit stop and change drivers. We can't be far off that now.
Yeah, you would think it would be tire related. It could also be that, you know, you're approaching the end of your stint and it's tough to stay on your top level for the entire 60 minutes. Yeah, and drive for 1 hour and 2 minutes. You know, on if you're really pushing it, that's it's tough to really keep those lap times coming, and it happens that you just slow a little bit, and that combined with, of course, the tires wearing off. But he must be happy that he has quite a gap to the back. So. He's still willing, wanting to close the gap to Abrinosa, but he's not under a lot of pressure from behind. So that's that always, you know, makes you a bit more comfortable in the car.
The leader's still out front, which is obviously a statement. It's fantastic to make. It's a Murrayism, that. Thinking about it, still almost start to finish, isn't it, at the moment? Apart from when there's been pit stops and driver swaps, where they drop down the down pecking order slightly, but then they're soon back in P1. What a hell of a lot of waffle that was.
I do have some insider information that the Abrinosa 333 car, they will be pitching in another 5 laps or so. And with insider information, I mean it's on the YouTube chat, so everybody can see it.
So not quite so secretive.
We do see the first pit stop happening with the car number 4, Eckstein. I was about to say he's in the pit for quite some time, and then it just disappeared. So it is a regular stop.
That's the one that's appearing as a triangle on the screen, is it? No, sorry.
No, that's the race leader.
It's leader, silly boy.
Oh, I was wondering what the yellow what do you call it, the yellow columns in front of the car brand, what that actually means, because I forgot, but I think it's pink, isn't it?
I'm sorry, Dimitri, I didn't understand. The yellow.
Yeah, the yellow columns that you have in the timetable in front of the car brand.
Oh yeah, that's the ping to the server.
Yeah, exactly.
internet connection is. So we've seen the car 61 pretty much throughout the races at a mid ping range. Ooh, it's hard to say.
It's not really. I think ACC is not really. You could still drive it fairly well with a higher ping, and also the other cars, they can drive around you fairly well with higher ping. Of course, there are limits, but it's quite okay in that regard. While we're looking at Jonas Hakola. Yeah, so that'll be faster by about a second, and he's 6 seconds behind, so he will probably catch up to the cars of James Mead right at probably about stint time, where they will do the driver swap. So that could be an interesting one for the next driver, and see if they can actually make a move during the pit stop.
Jackson now only 9 seconds behind. Robert knows. So according to your inside information, and during the pits, next 3-ish laps.
Something like that, yeah. I'm also having a scan at. Yeah. I was just about to say that does that get them in play for P1, but probably not, because that's too much of a gap. Yeah. I was having a scan at the gaps between the cars to see if there are some really close battles. The only one I think is for P22 with Oliver Anderson and M. Pater. Yeah. You would think that the gap was big enough for Ebenhurst to remain position, but one slight mistake and one if you misplace the car a little bit, you lose a couple of seconds, and then it gets really close. So this is the battle, and it looks like Martin Pater actually made a move on Oliver Anderson.
Not 11 seconds now, is it?
Well, I think it was already down to 9 again, wasn't it? But we'll have to see.
My statement's still correct, isn't it? That's not 11 seconds.
Absolutely, yeah, that's correct. But it looks like there has not been any big mistakes, so it looks about the same as it was. Ebenhurst is still in front, still has a bit of a gap, so he will be happy with that. And I was just wondering, is it a pit stop without driver swap?
It does. showing Rob in 11th, Alex McGee in 10th. Because there's nobody in between. There's basically nobody in between Abernosa and Jackson, unless I'm completely reading this wrong.
No, it looks like it is actually Jackson right behind him, because I was the BMW I saw in the back. I think that looked like a BMW and not a Lexus. But again, what I said, bad eyesight still. And meanwhile, Milani is still doing his laps, looking very consistent, not making any mistakes, and building on the gap. I must say it's just impressive, and then when you're on the top drivers also in real life racing. Yeah, sometimes you say they're not the most exciting races, but they're fine with that as long as it's P1 and boring. So we have car number 38 of McGee in 10th position.
So it does look like there must have been some delay, because this guy is now between Abernosa and Jackson. What we were seeing was a different BMW in the last Dimitri.
Yeah, could be, of course, could be, yeah. And I must say that car 333 of Abernosa, but also McGee, the number 38 car, they gained quite some positions, because McGee started 22nd and they're now in P10. So, great job by them. And I'm having a look. I think the car 333 was also somewhere around there. They started P14. So, yeah, great job by both. You can see Rob Jackson now only 3 seconds behind on McGee and another 7 seconds, so the gap between Abernosa and Jackson remained the same during the pit stops.
Mike report in the chat that they had an incident with back markers when coming into the pits. Somebody rear-ended them. So if they've not lost that much time, it's part of an incident, that's okay.
Yeah, it didn't seem to lose them that much time if you're looking at the gap to Jackson. Of course, McGee has come in between them, right? But and we know Jackson is fast. Last stint, he was really fast in the beginning of his stint, and then dropped off a little bit. Well, seeing that he's doing another stint right now, it's probably it was tire related, and I can't imagine, when you're getting fatigues and slipping in at times, that you would do another stint, unless you really have to.
Yeah, that's true. He could have been left on his own, or he could be in that zone that everybody likes to be in, or tries to get in, where they're completely focused and just pumping the same lap time in lap after lap. I believe it's called consistency. So we're watching Nelson trying to catch, I think it's Michelle. This is position. So let's see if Nelson can pull this off. He won't pull it off into Cops, unlikely. May have a chance in the run up to Maggots. More likely going to be down the hanger straight and into Stowe.
Yeah, we've seen quite some moves. That's a mistake by Nelson. That's going to go there, but that will lose him some time. So I'm not sure if the move in Stowe is going to happen. Although he's still quite close. I was about to say we have seen some moves on Stowe, and then especially when you're on the outside of Stowe, and then the next corner into Vale, you're on the inside, and that's been a spot where you've seen some overtaking happening.
Yeah. Not this lap though.
Nope. Probably due to the mistake, but it's also difficult because you can be on the inside though if somebody allows you to, but then you're on the outside of the next corner, so it's difficult to place your car right for to really have the advantage going into Vale. We'll also have a look at P3. Jonas Hakola, he's within a second to James Mead right now, so that will be a battle for P2 quite soon, or probably already happening.
Steve mentioned before that the 169 car seems to run to almost the maximum of its stint time.
Yeah. So this might be a trigger for them to either go for the pit stop and not be. Yeah, here is the battle. We were just wondering if they're gonna make the pit stop right now, because I think that Hakola still has to do the pit stop. Not quite sure on that. But he did make the move on James Mead, so if he already stopped, then it's a great move. And yeah, so it looks like they do have to make their stop. But I was just wondering, if they're trying to extend their stint time, then you do not want to come inside. But if James Mead, the car number 5, was slowing them down a bit, then you might come into pit, but then you sacrifice on your stint time again. So all that decision making is does not have to exist anymore, because he already passed car number 5, so that's great for them. Looks like Rob Jackson has found his pace again with the new tires, because he has the fastest lap time right now, or it might be from the earliest stint pad.
Nelson's still half a second behind Perdomo.
I do see a pattern though, if you're looking at the top 5. Of course we have, I think it was Andreas Milani. He's, they're in a league of their own. But the rest of them, they all start with J. We have J Hakola, J Mead, J Baton, J Dallas. So I'm gonna change my name.
I don't think it quite works like that, Dimitri.
Dimitri. I heard it.
Yeah, that's Thomas Van Schaik's spoiling that run as well, isn't it? Then you got John Doe Germany in 7th.
Yeah, correct. It's amazing what you see when you're already 4 hours watching a race, and then suddenly you notice it, and then you understand it why you're never in the top 8. Secretly, I was also keeping an eye on the 488 car of Dan Lensen, because I know he's a really fast driver, and I was wondering if he could gain on the 38 car of McGee. But the gap seems to stay pretty stable. Actually, it's been about 4 to 5 seconds for quite a while now, so they seem to be on a similar pace.
Sure, if Abranos has got past Perdomo now. Because looking at the track map, it seems to be showing that, and indeed he has. So got a bit of a breathing place between him and Rob. Sorry, breathing. What am I talking about? He's now got a car in between him and Rob Jackson.
Yeah, and he will probably be happy about it because Rob Jackson was closing in pretty fast because the gap was about 10 seconds and it's down to 5 seconds right now. So the earlier he could make the move, the better. Because I think, here we go with a replay. Yeah, he probably had a great exit going through Beckett's Mackets and then Chapel. Pretty clean and easy overtaking there.
Yeah, once again clean. We like clean overtaking, don't we, Dimitri?
Absolutely, yeah. Now it's gonna be getting into your own rhythm again, because it looks like Eberhosa was held up a little bit behind Perdomo, and he really needs to get into the groove to keep Jackson behind him. So it's hoping for the 3-3 car that he will be back to his own lap times quite quickly.
Race control. No further action for incident between cars 720 and 285 on lap 86. No further action for incident between cars 720 and 285 on lap 86.
So no further action for incident between cars 720 and 285 on lap 86.
Jackson is really closing up on Perdomo right now, but according to Mike Eberhosa, Perdomo still has to do his pit stop. So it's a case of a car that has just done his pit stop, fresh tires, versus someone at the end of the stint with not so fresh tires. So that might explain the pace difference as well. Always gives a great view of the race when you have one of those in-car cameras. Looks like there's a villain in front of him, and that must be Eberhosa.
Race control. No further action for incident between cars 38 and 750 on lap 90. No further action for incident between cars 38 and 750 on lap 90.
So no further action between cars 38 and 750 on lap 90.
So the BMW R715 is really filling up the rear view mirror of Perdomo at the moment. And from the external view, you can really see how close it is.
Won't be long before they're into the pits, will they, in the Aston? Not this lap.
Race leader is in the pits though, with 106 laps done. So they're on a bit of a different strategy than the rest. They always seem to be a couple of laps earlier than the other competitors.
Oh, wonder if they're going to come out of the pit still in the lead.
Race control. 15-second time penalty for car 86 for causing a collision with car 38. 15-second time penalty for car 86 for causing a collision with car 38 on lap 93.
And we've just seen the move for Rob Jackson's taken on Perdomo. And they'll start chasing after Abranosa now.
It was quite similar actually to the move that Abranosa did on Perdomo, so I'm wondering if the traction out of Beckersmakers and Chapel for the 666 Aston Martin is a bit lacking with all the tires. And indeed, oh no, not indeed. The car 138 did not remain keep the first position after the pit stop, Chris.
Yeah, by about 7 or 8 seconds.
Yeah, they need another hour for that to happen, I guess.
It's still pretty dominant.
Absolutely, yeah.
Very
Great driving.
And the 15-second penalty has been applied to car 86 for the steward's decision. Bob's only got to chase down 5 seconds now.
Yeah, that 5 seconds it was really a gain whenever else I got stuck behind the 666 car. But he seems to be back in his groove right now, so yeah. At the end of the last stint they were lapping very similar lap time, so curious how this will end up. Meanwhile, Perdomo did enter the pit right now, so the prediction made earlier was in fact correct.
James Mead is out pretty much on his own, isn't he? 5 seconds behind car 169. 3.5 seconds in front of the what would be the race leader.
I was about to say that Thomas was like making a move on car number 16, or no, car number 61, but it was car number 61 going into the pit. But he was really close by, really closed that gap. This is for precision, I think, Chris. Having a tough pass on the car number 38 of Wellborn.
Yeah. Straight, but he's on the outside rather than the inside. Don't think we'll be able to go around the outside there.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you can keep it on the outside there, then you have the advantage going into field. But unfortunately, he can't quite make that.
But he's going to try. Overshot it a bit. And well, in all fairness, they didn't go off, did they? They both balanced each other out with hitting each other.
Yeah. And they're right in the middle of a bit of a chaotic situation there.
Yeah, but it does look like Wellborn has managed to not gain an advantage, because that's the wrong thing to say, but he has managed to get up the road by a second or so. Hello, Rene. How busy have you been?
Good afternoon. I've been quite busy in the last couple of minutes, half an hour. The incidents are flowing in slowly, and at other times are like 3 incidents in 10 minutes. But yeah, overall it's going pretty good. Only 15 incidents reported so far.
We noticed that a lot of them are no further action as well, so that's always good to good to see rather than penalties being handed out.
Yeah, we actually like people reporting an incident, and when we decide there's no further action. Obviously, you always have two sides to a story and two perspectives. And yeah, we're here to look at the other perspective, even though as a driver you may feel like you've been hit unfairly. Sometimes it's just a racing incident, and actually most of the time it is.
So who have you got helping you?
Right now Oliver is with me. He just got out of the car. He's driving car 101. And yeah, it's going pretty steadily.
Car 101 was your rival from the championship last year.
Yes.
Rival. And now he's helping you in the stewards. That's progress.
They've always been helping us with the stewards, to be fair. But yeah, we're trying to stick a couple of penalties to them, but so far they've been behaving really well.
Very honest of you, that, René.
Obviously, we're not biased, but as you know, a little bit of joking is always allowed.
Absolutely.
Well, we don't do that in the early counts. That does not happen. Pure business.
I'll have to believe you.
Pure professionalism, that's all you get from us.
Yes. We've had 2 incidents with back parkers so far. At least 2 of them were penalized. I think they stick out in comparison to all the no further action incidents. But yeah, this late in the race, still have over 2 hours to go, obviously. But yeah, this late in the race, we get more and more back marker incidents, as expected. So yeah, that's usually the way it goes.
Yeah, but still, what you said with I believe you said 15 incidents right now.
Correct.
Yeah, well, with nearly 4 hours done, that's quite good, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. That's 3.25 per hour. So on average, yeah, it's been pretty relaxed. I've been able to have dinner in between, so yeah, no complaints from the stewards team.
That's what we want to see. Clean racing, so the stewards can have dinner.
Yes. I see there are actually 2 more incidents right now, so I'm gonna head off again.
Thanks for joining us, René. Appreciate your feedback.
Okay. Good luck.
And
You too. Thanks.
Bye bye.
We're watching another CBSR car, driven by Koen Septer this time. It's the 69, so that's also driven by Aaron van Drunen and Anthony Terhorst. So, Chris, that leads me to believe that Anthony did have enough fuel.
It does seem that way, doesn't it? We'll have to stop slating him for that. I think it's only ever happened to him twice.
Yeah, that's years ago, but you know, it's just too much fun to keep it going.
Absolutely, and if the shoe was on the other foot, he'd do exactly the same to us. So
yeah,
why not?
Like you said, pure professionalism. That's what we do.
Just trying to see if there are any other battles going on. People seem to be a bit spaced out. That sounds wrong, doesn't it, as well? That implies that they're all on drugs, but I don't think they are. Just a few of them.
We'll have to look at the car 420 now, driven by Van der Heijden. It's always fun to also have a look at some of those battles that are going on a bit further down the field. But the battling can be quite as intense. A bit too far away to make move into field at the moment, so he's probably going to try to get a bit closer to the 720 car and see if I can set up a passing opportunity. I was about to say before we went to Van der Heide that I noticed that Peter O'Brien is back in the car. Ooh, well, we see an accident there happening between the 666 car and I think it was a car being left. Yeah, well, what I was about to say that on P9 we see Peter O'Brien back in the car. We know he's a fast driver, so I was very curious if he can get the car a bit further up the field. See if he can reach the top 5. Looks like he has he's within reach to Barcelona. 1.7 seconds behind.
Car 77 again. Oh, he's had a spin on his own again.
Yeah, didn't we see that?
Oh,
that was the incident that I just got a glimpse of. Yeah, but didn't we see car 77 have one of those incidents before that it just looked as if the rear brakes just locked or something?
yeah. As we're hearing from from Steve, quite a few incidents car 77's had throughout the day. Indeed, he's been rewarded with a drive-through. So there must be a track limits there somewhere as well.
It looks a bit weird. It looks a bit strange. It's he just lost the back of the car, and it could be a setup thing that the back of the car is really on edge, or I'm not sure what it is.
This is what you were alluding to, wasn't it, Dimitri?
Yeah, exactly. I was wondering with Peter O'Brien back in the car if he can make the move towards Jackson. But he first has to get past Bart Swearing, which he just did. In a very brave manner, I must say.
It looked a bit like it was slidey there as well. So I wondered if Bart was erring on the side of caution, because the ping of Peter O'Brien is quite high.
Yeah, you could be right, Chris. And maybe also, but was a bit surprised by the move being made there, because it's not the most obvious place for overtake. So it could be either of those.
Further down the field. Bit of a twitch there for car 821. I want to say it's Tom.
It is.
They're driving that battle with Carl Van Horn, R18. Fast around there, so we're getting into the loop.
It's one of my least favorite corners to look. It's just so difficult to really take it correctly.
When you do and you get the drive out of it, like down the Wellington straight, it's so rewarding.
Exactly, it is, and if you have a good exit over there, you can actually make a move over here. But while we see a car in grass.
Is that 77 again?
No, I think it looked like Sim Racing Holland. It was the same black and orange, but not 100% sure on that.
It was 77 again.
It was? Okay. So he went to the pits to serve his drive-through, we assume. Or he's given up. Oh. There was a mistake by Carl Van Horen, and he kept two wheels on track into off track, and I think it was also some great anticipation by Tom Dahlhuizen to not collect the 18 car, because you don't exactly know what's going to happen at that moment. Let's try to go for a move on the inside, brake a bit later, but he can't make it. The number 18 car outbrakes himself though. Yeah.
8-2-1's through.
It looked like he almost pressured the 18-1 into some little mistakes. But that's also a way to pass another car, of course.
A lot of pressure. Some people can't stand the pressure. I'm like that myself, to be honest. It's an easy way to get past me. Just keep behind me and start trying to push me. Unless you're class, in which case it brings out the best defence in me.
Yeah, some people thrive in defense. They really like to defend and they can do it well.
Bart is under pressure again. Is he going to get a move made on him in the same way as not the previous lap, but one of the previous laps?
He is looking a bit...
5-second time penalty for car 285.
I was about to say that he does look like he will be under pressure.
5-second time penalty for car 285 for ignoring blue flags on lap 104.
BMW is just so close to him.
That's always been very good on the brakes though.
Yeah. But so is the BMW.
He's not giving up easily.
Yeah, that's some great driving. It's always good to see the drivers besides next to each other, going through a couple of corners next to each other and keep each other alive.
Meanwhile, in the Abernosa and Jackson battle, 4 seconds between them. It's not come down as much as we were expecting it to. As we see the car go wide there, will Bart get an opportunity to get the drive past and get his position back.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. The gap between Jackson and Barcelona, it doesn't come down as quickly as we thought. And meanwhile, Peter O'Brien is actually chipping away at that at those lap times. So I think he was about a 20-second gap to Jackson, and it has come down to 18 right now. So he might get involved in that fight at the end of his stint.
I think a lot of people will be getting tired now after nearly 4 hours of racing. I certainly am.
Yeah, I would be if I was driving.
Not sure how Steve's going on. He's normally asleep at this time of night.
Is this for a position that we are watching right now? Car 86 750. They certainly are, and there's another car involved in there.
So it looks like.
Right. Yeah. So there's a back marker in between them.
Yes, that's McGee. It's McGee. Car 38 in between, isn't it?
So it's one of the leading cars in between. Yeah.
13th place. Sorry, I know that was a strange noise. The gap has actually increased between Abernosa and Jackson. It's up to 5.1 seconds now.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And at the same time, I was also looking at Bart Swearing. He got passed by the BMW of Mirin, but he's not dropping back a lot. So they're doing similar times, and as long as he can keep close to the BMW of Mir, he might pressure him into a mistake as well.
Track temperatures come down. It was, I think we started at about 24 degrees, was it? Something around that. It's now 14 degrees, so we've lost 10 degrees in 4 hours. So I wonder if the tyres that people have been putting on in the stints have not been accounting for the drop in temperature, and therefore not putting the right pressures in, considering the what time of night it is here. 8 o'clock. 8 p.m. No sign of rain yet, which is always nice.
Especially when you're driving in the UK.
Yes, it's actually a shocker more than anything. This must be the one sunny day of the year. Fortunately, it's fictional. Yeah, that gap's rising again. 5.5 seconds now.
Yeah, Peter, right. He's lapping about a second faster each lap. So
second
that's
place.
going to be interesting.
Second place guy, car 169 has got a drive through.
No, that's costly. That's indeed costly.
Talking about Peter O'Brien catching Rob Jackson.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The Merrins catching Peter O'Brien.
I was missing this one.
It's a good job we've got a decent broadcaster, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. I think Peter O'Brien made a mistake because he was 16 or 17 seconds behind Jackson, and it's now 22. So there must have been a mistake somewhere.
Yeah, it does look that way. I'm sure we'll have a replay soon. No pressure.
But it's good to see that we're almost 4 hours into the race right now, and we still have close battles up and down the field. We have Ramirez wearing O'Brien. A bit further up the field, I saw some really close battles as well between the Martins and Smith. So that's great to see.
Car 169's definitely going to lose one position, possibly lose two. Maybe even 3 positions. He's in the pit now.
I was just about to ask you, what would you do? Would you, of course, you have three laps to serve the drive, so but would you just get rid of it immediately, or would you wait a bit?
I'd always get rid of it immediately because I forget that I've got it in such a short space of time.
Yeah.
It's going to be close between Abranosa. There we are.
It is. You can definitely see the back of McConnell right now, so that will give a boost to his confidence and have an aim for the next couple of laps.
Yeah. So Abranosa is potentially going to be intrigued. Start battling with McConnell even, sorry, not O'Connell, I'm making names up, which will mean that Jackson's going to have a chance of catching Abranosa again. So it's going to be exciting to see how this all pans out. We're due some more pit stops soon as well by some people.
Yeah, it's looking good for Jackson at the moment because indeed, he sees McConnell and Abranosa not too far in front of him, and Peter O'Brien made a small mistake and is now battling for Mir, so O'Brien will not catch up to him as quickly as he did before because he's using the battle of himself. So Jackson is in a bit of a a quiet place in between, just doing his own things and gaining some time in the meanwhile.
Brian does appear to have put a gap between himself and Mera. And Abranoza's not really catching McConnell, but Jackson is catching Abranoza.
So we've just passed the 2 hours left.
Yay.
It's looking good for Top Team Milani, and then Mead, McConnell. Mead, of course, due to the mistake by McConnell, Mead is looking good as well for P2. It's a bit of a gap right now, almost 20 seconds, and then it gets really close between McConnell and Rose and Jackson. And we have another group, of course, with O'Brien, Famira, and Swearing. Then again, we have Smith and Martins really close to each other. So those top 10 cars from P3 to P10, they're all in battles of their own. It's really great to see.
It is, and I'm sure there's battles even further down the field. Back markers will be getting blue flags. Don't even know where I'm going with that train of thought now. So I'll quit while I'm not ahead.
Back markers getting blue flags, that's always a good one, because with this amount of cars on the track, there will always be a back marker and a faster car close to each other.
Down in 20th place, somebody's got a really horrible ping there. Flashing red and yellow.
Yeah, I hope it will not cause too many problems for them. Of course, it can always happen. And this is when we have some bad networking issues. Let's hope it settles down for them. Meanwhile, you see Wellborn going on the outside, around the outside. He's in the right spot for Vale, while he actually was already in front of car 666.
Nice clean move once again.
Absolutely, yeah.
Does look like some battle damage on the front of that Aston.
I'm having a look down the order to see if we have some other drivers in close battles. I thought I saw Evan Atafas really close to another car not too long ago, so I'm wondering if he already passed the driver off, or that he made a little mistake and is now dropped some seconds.
So we have 38 cars join this team. That's just silly. 38 cars join this endurance event, and it's still 37 racing. We've only lost one after 4 hours. That's some going.
Yeah, and the one was due to a game crash.
Yeah. So really pleased that people are still racing, still battling. Never give up attitude.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, that's the what was it? Was it the 420 car that had those issues that they were stuck in the pit, but on the run screen they were still driving on the track? Are they still part of the race? Are they still driving?
Yeah, I believe they are. They're in 28th place.
That's just that's great to hear, because that is so annoying when something technical happens and they were in P3, and then suddenly you're a couple of laps down. It can get the motivation. It's not good for your motivation. So it's great to see them still giving their best and have fun and just finish the race. That's what we really appreciate that.
Here's one for you, Dimitri. I'm changing your name to Dimitri from now on, by the way. We were talking to Patrick Prince before, whose aim was to get into up to 30th. Currently in 31st. And if you remember, they had that drive-through just while he was in the chat with us.
Yeah.
Or just after, so that's some coincidence. They're doing quite well now.
They did quite well then, because I believe they were 31st and then got the drive-through as well.
Yeah.
So they're back to their position right now. So that's good to see. And I'm sure with 2 hours left, many teams they will be looking and have a look. What are we aiming for? What can we do in those final 2 hours? People, want us to reach the top 20 or reach the top 15, and somehow with on going for the top 10 positions. This is the stage where they're all trying to calculate back. Did we do the stint times correctly? How many stints do we still have to do? I think, with 6 hours left, at least my brain, I can't calculate back like that. When you have 2 hours left, then it's really time to have a look and see where we are fuel wise and stint time wise. So it's getting to crunch time right now.
I struggle with the last 5 minutes. But how people remember back that length of time, I have no idea.
Yeah, but then I see the dashboard, and I at least I see I have enough fuel.
That's always a good sign. We've got a yellow flag. Car 46 is off the side of the road. Looks like it's trying to get back on. That's at Cops.
It does look that number 169, McConnell. He made the slight mistake that really put him into the clutches of Ebernosa, but it does look that he's pulling away a little bit again. So that's great for him, that you can see that he can at least match the pace and be a little bit quicker as well. Take some pressure off.
Yeah, and Jackson's 5.6 behind Abranosa now, so possibly he's experiencing what we said in his previous stint. Perhaps his tyres are going off. He's gone through that phase now.
Yeah, exactly.
And burnt out his tyres.
Yeah.
Which, I think is a surprise to everybody, to be honest, because I think Mike in chat was expecting that team to be past them.
He was indeed. He was convinced that Jackson would actually catch them, and it is a bit similar to the previous stint, where he's really fast in catching in the first few laps. Then probably maybe ask a little bit too much for the tires, and then dropping down a little bit on lap times and not gaining or losing a little bit to Ebernosa. And we also see that O'Brien is now catching up again, back to the 70 seconds that he was before. But interestingly, the BMW of Miran is really sticking to the back of O'Brien. He's not giving up. He's not letting go. So that can become very interesting as well.
Tracking him along nicely.
Yeah. And if you're from Miran and you know that Peter O'Brien is really fast, he's taking you along, catching the cars in front. Well, do you just stick with it? Say thank you. I'm going to be in a slipstream. I'm going to let you drag me along and save some fuel.
Make the move near the end. We like last lap battles as well.
Yeah, we do. But everything we just said, it does mean that you have to, really think about what you're doing now and how that is going to affect your race in 1 hour and 50 minutes time. And that's the thing that we are not able to do.
And you've got to
that's why they're driving where they are, we are not.
Yeah, and they've got to throw in the mix of the pit stops there as well and driver swaps.
Exactly, yeah.
All that nice stuff.
I do like the Wolf. I'm not sure if it's an actual sponsor or if they made it up, but I like it.
Nice looking car. I like the colour. The bluish. Did you say it was bluish or turquoise colour?
I would probably say turquoise, but blue would do as well. And it also depends. This is so not interesting, but I'm gonna mention it anyway because otherwise I'll just leave it hanging there, and then everybody's gonna wonder what was the story about. It depends on which eye I'm looking with, because when I the video wow, we see an incident, great avoidance there by Amir. But like I was saying, the old video cameras that you had to look through the tube in the past to actually see what you were recording.
Yes.
I have this weird thing that if I look through them, or at least as a kid, but I can imagine it's the same. If I look through them with my right eye and my left eye, it's a different color. With my right eye it was always blue, or with my left eye it was always brown, green. So I'm not sure if I'm the correct person to judge on colors.
We'll say it's bluish then, shall we?
Exactly.
Okay. Saw a colour brown moment then. That was the THRC team that was spinning around, wasn't it?
I was wondering if there was a slight contact with the 61 car McLaren of Peter and Brian.
Race control.
I didn't quite catch it. I just suddenly saw a
5-second
car.
time penalty for car 79 for causing a collision with car 38 on lap 107. 5-second time penalty for car 79 for causing a collision with car 38 on lap 107.
Well, 5-second time penalty for car 79. That's the Wild Thing Racing causing a collision with car 38. That's the yellow Lexus, isn't it? Something or other. 107.
Back to Mirren. Yeah, that was what you said. It was a Cole Brown moment because I suddenly saw a car sideways and you have to react. And he did a great job reacting and picking the right the right way. Do you go left or right of the car in this case? The clear gap was on the right, though. He took the right decision there.
The mirror in here is still harassing O'Brien. 0.6. Second there. Gap.
Both of them did drop Butch Rearing, so they seem to be on quite a good pace.
Oh, they're gaining on Jackson.
Interestingly, the 5-second penalty for car 79 F1 it's not a big penalty, but it will drop him probably 2 places. So here is the replay of the move into Bill. Yeah. It was the move that we saw before. Yeah, he braked a bit. He was a bit deep on the braking, and then it was almost as if the door handles locked into each other. And it's a bit unfortunate. So I can understand that it's not a really big penalty.
I was wondering why we weren't seeing him in this shot. Yeah, O'Brien apparently has crashed. We'll probably get a replay of it shortly.
So the racing. Sorry. Yeah. The Vermeeren being that close might have pressured him into a small mistake. And we saw Peter O'Brien make a small mistake earlier, and he lost 2 places now to Vermeeren and also to Swearing. So yeah, I'm curious with the replay in a bit. Here's from here. So here we have it, Chris.
Oh, sorry, that's the only reaction I can give to that. It's just that was just very peculiar.
Yeah, we couldn't quite see it, but I suspect he did tap the car in front of him. And with the ping that is a bit higher with Peter O'Brien, it might have been a netcode issue as well, because the car in front didn't seem to be bothered too much, but it did look like a small contact. Doesn't look like there's a lot of damage to his car, so I hope he can continue and keep the pace up. So looking at Nurburgring right now, kind of Porsche 28, just lost the position, I think, to Van Horn.
Waiting for the timing screen to update. But yeah, it is showing that they were 0.004 apart. That's obviously not the case now, as the lead has come through.
Suspect that Nelson Rosa lost a little bit of time in traffic, because Rob Jackson is now close down to 3.5 seconds again, but he's also beating the traffic, so that might be the reason that he closed the gap a little bit. So Chris, it's now 8:26. I can see the sun dropping a little bit. I'm not the expert on British weather, but do we finish with some light left, or is it going to be in a dark finish?
So I think it would likely to be in just dark, just slightly dark. Slightly dark now. But Abernose has lost some time somewhere, because Jackson is now only 2.4 seconds behind him. So is this through the back markers here? Seems a lot of time to lose.
Yeah, but there were more than one left car, so it's also always difficult if you have more cars close to each other that you have to pass, and it's easy to lose a lot of time. You have to be a bit lucky that you run into them at the right moment on the track.
So Patrick's Prince reporting in YouTube chat that not enough people have liked and subscribed, so please do that. No, but he didn't say that. Their team has now hit the P30 position as they were hoping to get. That's great news.
Mission accomplished, but still 1 hour and 41 minutes left.
Yeah, but it's still a win, isn't it? They've got to 30th, but they didn't say if they're out keeping it.
Yeah, you want to bring it home now. So I do think that Abernose lost some time with the back markers, because now that Jackson actually had to pass those cars, you can see that they went up to 3.5 seconds again.
Yeah, so Mike's reporting in chat that they had an off-track avoiding a back marker. So that's why they lost some time. No,
They're also
coming into the pits in 2 to 3 laps time.
so that's going to be interesting. See if they can pace the pit stop again and not lose a second or two, because then you really have Jackson on your rear bumper.
And this is the race leader almost tangling with a back marker. There's a lot of action going on here.
It's a bit unfortunate, because I think the 28 car over there, he went wide trying to avoid the race leader, and we now had Peter O'Brien right behind the race leader, meeting that same car.
Oh, that was a different sound that time, by the way. I don't know if you know.
A slightly different sound, but the incident was exactly the same as before, the off track. So I'm not sure if it's the car that's. I did see that he hit the inside curb quite a bit, and it can unsettle the car quite a lot. So I'm not sure if that's the reason for the off, but it looked very similar.
I think also around where that curb is, I think the track has got a very slight dip in it, which if you quite low, if your car is quite low to the ground, I think at the ride height setup, sometimes that can catch that in a bad way. It did happen to me once.
Yeah.
But I think that was because I had all the weight in the car of me.
But it is virtual, right? So yeah, I don't know. But if the car bottoms out there, you can really get a really weird bank slapper suddenly, and it looks something like that. Yeah. I don't think it was contact or net code this time, because there was just it wasn't close enough to I think a 1-on-1. We can also still see a couple of battles for car brands. We have Smith and Nurburgring P9 and P10, both trying to be the top Porsche driver.
Abrunels are in the pits.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. It could be pretty close to Peter O'Brien when he exits the pit.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, when you know the gaps are that close, then being stationary in the pit, it always looks like an eternity. It's crazy.
Right, it's back going now. I think it's Mike that's taken over.
Yeah, it looks like O'Brien is behind. O'Brien does have a bit of a gap behind him, so he's in a bit of free and clean air, so he can put the lap times in and hopefully keep the position to Jackson.
Sorry, so we've just seen the first place guy lap 7th there, haven't we? I think that was O'Brien on screen.
Yeah, definitely. O'Brien was behind Milani. Yeah.
Jackson pits straight away in response.
So it looks like he's copying Abrunhosa. Not wanting to risk running a couple of laps later and then suddenly have lost a couple of seconds.
Oscar at the end of this, our beautiful broadcaster, can give us an insight as to how long each of the cars were stationary.
What was the gap before the pit stops, Chris? I believe it was 3.5 seconds, something like that?
Yeah, 3.5.
It's going to be close.
I think he might have it here. He's done a swap. Yeah.
Yeah, Rob Jackson did it. So now it's going to be interesting because the first couple of laps they were really fast by Jackson, and then it slowed down a little bit. So if that repeats on this stint, it might give an opportunity to Ebron Hosa, maybe not immediately, but after 15-20 minutes, they might gain some time again.
It's exciting. It's exciting to know what's going to happen.
I think that's correct indeed. What our broadcaster just mentioned, with the 75-minute stint, both Jackson and Ebron Hosa have to do another 2 stops. Yeah, exactly, and this is what I was talking about. It's the stuff that I never understand when I'm driving because I don't have the mental capabilities, but it looks like both Jackson and Ebron Hosa have to do 2 stops. Otherwise they will have run into stint time problems, while Peter O'Brien on P6, if he can keep his stint, this actual stint, keep it going for another couple of minutes, he only has to do 1 more. So that suddenly gains you like 30 seconds compared to Jackson and Ebron Hosa.
So, are we saying that O'Brien and Zverink, when they're coming next, that will be their final stop? So an opportunity to gain some places there too, potentially.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, if the calculations have been done right, both Zverink and O'Brien still have the opportunity to keep this stint going for another 50 minutes. And that would mean that they only have to do 1 final stop. Well, so that's going to be exciting. It might have been a small miscalculation by Jackson and Ebron Hosa, or it might also be that Zverink and O'Brien run into tire troubles, but they certainly want to extend their current stint to for another 50 minutes if they possibly can. So we're looking at Mark Neutlings right now in the 750 car, B23. I'm also watching the chat because it looks like there is a possible disqualification for car number 4, which would possibly mean that there have been a lot of track incidents. I'm not actually sure what would get you a disqualification. Exactly, yeah. Of course, if you have a penalty and you don't serve it in time, that will get you disqualified automatically by ACC. So that might have happened. Yeah, we have a look at Jackson and Renhosa. It was Jackson who actually passed Renhosa in the pit during the pit stops. Renhosa was already close, I believe 1.5 seconds, but he closed the gap even further. It's now half a second behind Jackson, with a lot of cars in front of them that they have to navigate through. So that's going to be interesting.
Been suggested in the YouTube track that it's reversing on track, driving the wrong way. I'm carried on reading. They tried to reverse through the pits as they didn't stop in the grid slot.
So they probably missed the grid slot and reversed back into the grid slot.
Yeah. Reversing in pit lane, René's just put.
I can see that the cars have started to turn on the headlights now, so it's getting darker and darker, which is logical, of course. You know, it's the way the world works. But it also means that they will be looking into a sunset on certain corners, which does not do the visibility any good. So I have car number 86. It's the Bentley. I think it's the only Bentley. Is that correct, Chris?
It is. The Bentley started on the grid on the tarmac somewhere.
I have been doing a lot of rallying recently, so
86 started 11th on the grid.
It's J-Dog Simsport Red. Indeed, that started 11. So they went backwards a little bit, but not dramatically. I have a quick look. Renault is still behind Jackson.
What can we tell you about 101, Stephen? Well, they love pizza, and you know, apparently they still owe me some pizza. I'm still waiting. Ahead of 404. While things have just gone past them. 404's their sister team as well, so I wonder if they like pizza. That wasn't me barking, I do apologise. Are you asking me these live on stream? Or am I just answering random questions?
I do have some inside information about the 404 car because it's Dalmatian livery, but the brand on the side, it's actually, I believe it's the company of Stefan's, of a family member. Let's put it that way. I can't remember if it was his sister or or knees or something like that.
Some good inside information.
Yeah, I have no idea what the brand is about though, so.
I'm sure one day they will tell us. They're not.
It does look good with the sunset. The white, it turns a bit orange, which is great. Looks nice.
This is one of the first times we watched Fast and Furious team today, isn't it? So currently driven by Mark Ham, who's a friend of the community, because once this race finishes, he creates some lovely pictures of quite a lot of people's cars, and then posts them as effectively postcards from Silverstone. This will be, I would have thought, but now I'm saying this on stream, I probably won't do it.
Are you asking Chris something technical, computer stuff related? Yeah. That's just weird.
He's evil. He's evil.
He's evil, yeah. And nobody's understanding who is evil and what it's about, but everybody knows it's the broadcast. Broadcast is just messing up with us. Meanwhile, we have Aaron van Droonen. Let's focus on the racing again. Divert the attention, divert it. He is actually betting for position for P15 with Johansson. Within a second. There's another car involved there, so not sure if that's a faster car or a backmarker. It's surprising to see, though, that the CBSR team is actually driving a BMW, because I think the past 12 years they've been driving the Mercedes.
That's right. They are still sticking with cars that don't have indicators.
I learned something new today. It does not have indicators.
What, BMWs? And it's famous for BMW drivers not having indicators.
Oh, yeah.
Optional extra.
Yeah, true.
Most German cars are the same, certainly the performance ones. And I'm expecting a lawsuit anytime soon through the post. It's nice to see that they're up in 16th place. They had a disastrous start to the race. I think they got tapped, and we're dead last. I was just about to say that Abranosa and Jackson are only separated by half a second here. While we've been talking waffle for the last 20 minutes, Dimitri, this battle is still carried on.
Yeah, indeed. It's good to see that that Abranosa is really staying close, it's interesting to see if what we predicted might happen again, because it's still Rob Jackson in the 715 car. And the previous two stints he was really fast in the beginning, and then it slowed down a little bit. Not massively, but enough to give Abranosa maybe a possibility a bit later on in the stint.
Yes.
It does make me wonder. Right. Sorry, please go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. I was just processing what you were saying, and it's fast in the first part of the stint, and then starts going starts slowing down.
It does make me wonder, because this is now the third hour in a row that Rob Jackson is driving the car, so surely he must be getting slightly fatigued as well.
I know we are. So yeah, I don't know how you could do 3-hour stint. Well, not stint, but 3 consecutive stints.
And normally you probably wouldn't do that, so it must be something with his co-driver not being able to drive at the moment, or some technical issues. One would think.
Unless they have planned it in such a way that Jack was only doing one stint and Rob was doing all the others. Perfectly legal, as long as they clear the driver's stint time.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, definitely you can do it that way, but usually you won't do it. You want to split it a bit evenly because you do get fatigued after a couple of hours. So, but real life sometimes gets in the way as well. And then you get situations like this. I'm not sure if that's what's happening here, but it is surprising to see. And I must say, knowing that he's behind the wheel for quite a long time now, he's really doing a great job. I do think we have Renee waiting for us as well, Chris, for another update.
Oh, Renee. I should have dragged him. Hello, Renee.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to report we are incident-free for an hour. Except, of course, we saw disqualification by car number 4. Which I'm sure you discussed on the stream.
We have, but I'm sure that you've looked at the incident to find out why he's been disqualified. Can you give us a bit more insight? I think we've alluded to it on the stream, but that's mainly because people are commenting it on within YouTube, so within the chat.
Yes, we have investigated it, and it seems car number 4 got a stop-and-go 30 penalty for speeding in the pit lane. The next lap they went into the pit lane again. Probably thought it was a drive-through. And started reversing down the pit lane. Which, in panic it's easy to make a decision or a mistake like that. And the game doesn't like it when you reverse on track or in the pit lane, and you get a disqualification from the race. It's out of our hands as stewards, and we would advise anyone to just drive on and take the penalty next lap, because you have 3 laps to complete a penalty for drive-through or stop-and-go 30.
Well, thanks for that extra bit of insight. We didn't know about the stop-go 30 penalty, because I think they were well down the field, so it's not exactly showing on the timing tower.
No, I understand. They just completed the pit stop, but probably either pushed the pit limiter too late or cleared it too early, which obviously you want to win time on the pit lane, because there's also a lot of time to lose there. But if you get a stop and go or a drive through even for speeding, it's always lost time.
True. Well, thank you for that. In general, how's the stewarding gone then?
Pretty solid so far. We had some incidents. Overall, I think we've only handed out 8 penalties, of which 2 warnings and actually 6 time penalties. Seeing as we've progressed for over nearly 5 hours into the race, it's not too bad actually.
Nice. So we appreciate the work you've done for us, and allocating these penalties, investigating all the incidents, I should say, and judging them as a team.
Yes, we will do, and maybe I'll be back later on near the end of the race to maybe do a full report. But we'll see how that goes.
Well, you will be welcome, as you well know. So thank you very much.
All right.
I'll speak to you soon.
Okay. Cheers, guys.
Take care. So, Ambrose now 0.5 behind Jackson. Wellborn 0.7 behind Neibauer. A few battles further down the field as well. Car 46 and car 222 in 20th and 21st. I'll take that back because car 46 has just pitted. Stick with this battle. Okay, so we'll just see how this develops and see if there's going to be an overtaking manoeuvre. If there isn't, we will take a short break. And the angle straight into Stoke. He's going to catch him into Vale. Time says he is. Tim's a good driver. This is in our league Tuesday nights. Incidentally, if you are sorry, obviously you must be watching YouTube to hear my stupid voice, but hit the like and subscribe button. We've got another 5 endurance races this season coming along between now and December. And, you're always more than welcome to join us and listen to us talk waffle for however many hours the events are, 10 hours, 12 hours. And we've got a 24-hour charity race at the end of the season at Suzuka. So I think on that note we will head over for a short break. Well, you join us again. We all had to take a little break there, so thank you very much for enduring the highlights video again. Apologies to all the teams that keep watching their mistakes over and over again. We are doing it on purpose just to wind you up, honest. So, Dimitri, obviously you've been in the chat for 4 hours now.
Something like that, yeah.
Something around that figure. What should have been your? I don't want to say memorable. What's the moment that sticks in your mind the most? The last 4 hours regarding the racing. Obviously, nothing to do with mayonnaise.
Yeah, well, I'm just enjoying it quite a lot. The battle that's going on, I think, still going on between Ebernosa and Jackson is a really fun one to watch. And of course, we're also having a look at other battles going on track. But those two have been close to each other for an eternity. It feels like. And I'm really curious how that pans out, especially with Driver, how many pit stops they still have to do. It looks like they have to do 2, while the 2 cars in front of them might be able to do 1. So we're looking at Donington right now. That's probably because I was not allowed to talk about mayonnaise. That's. I think that's why we're watching Donington.
Anybody?
The other one, Chris, that really stood out to me was we actually saw it in the replay. I think it was the Whoop car, Peter O'Brien, spinning out at exactly the same way, 1 lap after each other. It was just such a weird incident, and it was a copy paste one lap later, 1 or 2 laps later. So that was remarkable as well. But mainly just enjoying the show.
So very strange incident. Top 3 currently, team 138. Sorry, I'm getting the right information. Team Racing Point 138, I do apologise. Currently being driven by Andres Uzis. So good guess, 146 laps in. He started the race, if I remember correctly, for this team. Second place, Clay Barney, driving for Odyssey Racing. Number 5. Third place, car 169, being driven by Ben Connell. That's the Team RNE SEC. Now we're focusing on Rob Jackson, who we've focused on quite a lot because they've had a good battle between themselves and Team Abbey Racing, with the Abernosa uncle and nephew team currently racing. We've just got just over an hour of this event left, and yeah, forget that Team Racing Point 138 are in the race. I think there's certainly been quite a few battles to watch. We're out and see that car 488 down in 15th place has got a drive through with the track limits. This is the Porsche Ferrari. It's blown everybody's mind, especially mine.
It's always a shame when that happens with an hour to go, and you kept it clean for 5 hours. For all we know, they had a couple of track warnings in the first hour, and they keep it clean for another 5 hours, and then in the last hour, the inevitable happens. Anyways, it's a shame. but it's part of racing.
It was, and I think we just flicked off, and he was just coming into the pits to serve that drive-through.
He was, yeah.
This is probably the closest battle on in the race at the moment. The Venema against Andreas Vestkamp.
Shall I pronounce the team name of Venema? Because it's the minimal banner.
Yes, please.
I saved you there.
You did. I wasn't even going to pronounce the team names. I was sticking with just the drivers' names.
It's the minimal banner from the car BMW 821, and they're really close to Andreas Vestkamp from Green Moose Rupees. And they're probably having a look if they can get into the top 20 in the last hour. As you know, you always have a bit of those in those moments you want to be in the top 10 or the top 20. It's never I want to be in the top 22.
That's true. But they might be happy that they're in the top 25.
Yeah, true. And Tommy, that's a Patrick Prince's team, right? Who are aiming for a top 30 position after a bit of unfortunate stint in the beginning. So it looks like they're able to do that.
Correct. And we're just under an hour now. This endurance race. As we've alluded to throughout the stream in the last couple of hours, fatigue will be setting in for quite a lot of people. Been a long old day. Drivers had to join an hour before the event started to do some practice and attend a driver's briefing. So, you know, it's not the longest event they'll do this season. In fact, it's quite the opposite. This is the shortest, so the waffle will continue from me. Abranosa and Jackson are only separated by 0.3 of a second now.
Yeah, and it's been like that for quite some time now. So I must say, Abranosa keeps the pressure on, and Jackson is keeping calm.
But we do think these two have got another pit stop to make, don't we?
Yes, that's correct. Looks like Bart Swearing has made his pit stop at the moment. Looking where he is.
He must have done because Jean Beton is driving for
right, yeah. So probably Jean Beton will get in front of Jackson and Abranosa that way. And I was also having a look at the YouTube chat, and Lolo B says that they managed to gain back a pit stop as well. So that's car number 990, and that's also a way even further down the field that you can still gain positions in the last hour.
So, Jean Beton will jump up 2 or 3 places, won't he? Not necessarily going to. He's going to be 4th or 5th, isn't he? Depends on where car 16. Sorry.
Yeah, I think
car 16, their pit stop.
Car 16, that was the car that surprised that I missed somehow. I wasn't really paying attention to car 16, and suddenly they were right on the back of Peter O'Brien and Abranosa and Jackson a bit further down, but suddenly they were right in there in the top 10, and great drive by them. And it was Joost Vermeeren doing a really terrific job, and Thomas Verschijk trying to bring it home right now and possibly see if he can make an advance onto Abranosa. It's a bit of a confusing team name from car 16. It's the 610 Motorsport team, and 610, 16. I get it, but in my mind I see a 10 and a 6, so it really confuses me.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. I understand.
I managed to confuse you as well with it.
Yeah, I was trying to look at something else at the same time. So, I think that team that we're talking about with Thomas, he's been in the car for 1 hour 10 minutes. So, due a pit stop certainly within the next 5 minutes. If I've read that correctly.
We will see. We also see the Lamborghini of Ham in the pit right now, so it could very well be that there still has to be a pit stop for car 16 as well. I can't remember them doing a pit stop recently, but I might have missed it.
Where I'm sort of going with that is if car 16 does have to pit, then Jean Beton has got will be up to 6th place, and we know that Jackson and Ambrinosa are going to have to pit again, so he's up to 4th, isn't he? Potentially.
Looks like it, yeah. We did see a drive-through for car 488 a couple of laps ago, and it's actually Tim and I were commenting on YouTube now that he pressed the wrong button, which was not the pit limiter. So where you are expecting a pit limiter, you press the wrong button, and then suddenly the car, you're speeding in the pit lane. It's one of those things that happen. They don't happen that often, but when you've been driving for 6 hours, then a mistake like that is more likely to happen. So it's understandable. It's just a shame that it happens like that.
Silly mistakes can cost races, can't they? Or positions even.
Yeah, last race I tried to start the engine and I just switched it off entirely. Also wrong button. It's going to be pretty close between Barney and McConnell as well. I mean, it's a 3.2 second gap. It isn't huge, with 53 minutes to go. That is still doable for McConnell.
I'm just looking down in 15th place with Mark Ham and Dan Lenson. Only 0.2 between those two teams.
Yeah, and I think it was Mark Ham just coming out of the pit.
Yes.
Yeah, so he came out of pit right in front of Dan Lenson.
Oh, it's going to be close. Assisted by the blue flags there a bit. Managing to claw back some time on Jackson.
Yeah. Jackson ran up to another car in a really fast section. So yeah, you can't do anything out there. And I must say the other car just gave them the space as soon as he was able to. But still, it can cost you a little bit of time. It does look like McConnell is catching up a little bit to Clyde Barney, so we might have a battle for P2 and a battle for P4 or P5 actually quite soon. No, P4. It's just the Racing Point team in P1. They have dominated from start to this moment.
And qualifying.
And qualifying, yeah, true.
Setting the fastest lap time, certainly in qualifying, so a bit of a long week. We hope that everybody's enjoyed it so far.
Now we see car 69 in the pit. That's Eric van Drunen. So they also have to do one more pit stop. So they will drop down a little bit. And by the looks of it, they might drop down quite a bit actually. P11 to about probably P16, P17. Smart on the ground.
Yep. On Richard Pixley.
Yeah, exactly. You are right though, that's the BMW, it has a massive rear wing.
It's huge, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Especially when you look at it and then compare it to the Lexus.
Almost like rugby post.
Yeah, it's high on it still. It sits very high as well. It's not only wide, but it's as you see with Aston, it seems to sit much lower.
Yeah,
and it's still Mike trying to get past Jackson here.
But Jackson seems to go defensive then. So I wonder if his tyres are going off as you predicted.
Well, I must say that he's holding on to them for quite some time, and it's impressive when you have a car within half a second for so long. To still keep it steady, keep it constant, not making any mistakes, not giving away the opportunities to the car behind you. Having said that, he did seem to run wide there, so there's a great exit from Renault now, having the slipstream going to the outside.
Certainly the best opportunity after a while.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still on the outside, your favourite place? From the outside.
You can see that he just keeps his nose in a little bit. No, he has to back out. Not back out, but he just didn't have any room there. So once again, great defensive driving by Jackson.
Yeah, Rob defended really well there.
I was pretty certain that everyone else had that place with the exit he had out of Chapel. A small mistake by Jackson, but well defended. This is exactly the battle I was just looking at. See Mark Hamdan, Lense, Milan Daum are really close to each other. And indeed, the car 69 did fall back from P11 to P17 due to the pit stop.
Huge drop, that, isn't it?
It is. You know, when you've been driving for about 6 hours and you do a pit stop, you don't expect to drop 6 places. It's just really bunched up from P11 to P15.
Ferrari against Lamborghini here. Sorry, Porsche against Lamborghini here.
Yeah, that did really got me as well. I definitely thought I was looking at Ferrari. Just because of the color.
Oh, on the... Oh, here we go. Brave, if you do it there.
He's certainly trying.
And he's done it. Oh, and Milan's through as well.
He is.
2 places.
You don't see that every day. 2 passes at that place of the track.
Oh, yeah, that caught Mark out back. Completely surprised the second car, certainly. But he did make a slight mistake, so.
He did, but that
Yep.
and slight mistake as well from Jackson here. He does have the inside line. It's just a matter of does he have the exit right now.
Fabrin also gets a good exit down the Wellington straight, down onto the Wellington straight though, which it does look like he's got. Jackson's gone defensive already, trying to break the slipstream. And we know they've got to pit again, but the question is when and who goes first. Last time, Abranoza's went in first, and Jackson got the jump on them. If Jackson goes in first this time, will Abranoza get a jump on Jackson?
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm not sure if Abranoza made a small error during the pit stop, that they weren't lined up properly or something like that. But there was definitely a difference in pit stop time.
They won't be filling up for as much fuel as previous stints either.
True. Yeah.
They've been running 65-minute stints, haven't they? So. Three-quarters of an hour left to this race to go. Misano attacking Lenson.
Yeah, that 212 BMW does seem to have the pace at the moment to make another move. And we certainly know that the Dama has the pace in himself as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we see another pit stop by P12. It's the 33 Lexus from out on the ground.
They were battling with wild things, weren't they?
Yeah.
I lost out.
They were, and it's they will get the same that the 69 car of Anthony Terhorst experienced. They will drop quite a bit from P12 and probably to P17, P18, and be right behind Anthony Terhorst again.
Abranoza only 0.2 behind Jackson now. Look at that, picked up straight away by our broadcaster. Thank you, Steve. Oh! Ooh, big mistake.
It looked like he hit the inside curb a little bit too hard and just got thrown outside by the curb.
Yeah. That's give Abranoza exactly what he needed.
And I'm wondering if that's the moment that Jackson will decide to go into the pit immediately and see if we can get some free air, undercut Abranoza, go into the pit. Hopefully get some clean air, put out some really fast laps before Abranoza can actually go into the pit and get that position back in that way.
Possibly, and who will take over the car? Will Jackson do another stint, or will Jack Alexander take over for the final stint?
I'm putting my money on Jackson. I think him having done 3 stints in a row, I'm suspecting that he will finish the race as well.
So we're a second down now on Abrenosa.
Interestingly enough, it's Pixley as well in the pit. So again, we see the P11 placed car having to pit. So we'll probably also drop down to P16 around the place. They were battling hard, so after the pit stops, they will probably be very close to each other again and continue the battle.
Yes. Minutes left of this race. Car 73 is showing as a yellow flag. That looks like at the Beckett's complex.
'73. That must be THRC.
Yes, it is. We're only being driven by Schalke. Sorry it took a while for me to get that information to you there, Dimitri.
Oh, I was having a look as well while we were watching the replay. That must be the car 73, yeah. Well, just lost the rear.
Oh, just slightly nerfed the barrier.
Yeah. And then we have Mike Abrenosa in the pit.
Yeah.
So the pit stop battle has started, and it's the 333 car of Abrenosa coming into the pit first. You just explained it to me, Chris, a couple of minutes ago, but last pit stop, was it also Abrenosa coming into the pit first and Jackson gaining by staying out?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So it's going to be interesting if that's going to be the case as well.
Well, I think Mike said that in the chat that they got hit by a back marker as they were going into the pits last time,
yeah.
So hopefully they won't lose as much time this time.
Yeah, you're correct. If I remember correctly, Jackson immediately followed them into the pit a lap later. He might stay out a little bit longer this time to see if he can gain some, put in some really fast lap times. Now that he does not have the pressure of Abrenosa around him.
But his tyres will be worn.
That's
so
true.
You'd want to come in, get some fresh tyres on, and battle to the end, wouldn't you?
That's true as well.
Let's see.
So it's the decision making.
Next few corners we'll know. It's going down the Wellington straight now.
Well, we definitely see that Abrenosa lost a spot to John Button, or we know does not have to stop again.
Yeah, which we suspected anyway, didn't we?
True.
Jackson through left field. Does he stay to the? He does. He goes straight into the pits. Exactly one lap later, as you called it, Dimitri. So
I'm just lucky that they do the same. So yeah, that's going to be the battle to watch. What happens when he exits the pits? Is he still? I think it was about a second and a half behind Abrenosa.
Well, it was, yes. So Jackson just stopped on his marks now. Taking minimum amount of fuel. Jackson's going again. So he's actually gained quite a bit there.
He's gained quite a bit then, yeah. Absolutely. He will be in front.
So that must be down to how much fuel that the Abrenosa's took on in that last stop.
It must be, yeah.
Because they both seemed to stop and they didn't seem to get backed up by their pit crew. So yeah, that's a mistake by the Abernorsers, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what we suspect. It could also be that Jackson put in too little fuel, but that would be maybe an even bigger mistake.
You're quite right, and only time will tell.
But again, Jackson also lost the place to Jean Beton in the 12 Aston Martin, and I'm not sure if Neville in the 61 McLaren, if they can go to the end as well.
Hopefully I'll be able to tell you very soon. So Peter O'Brien. No, ignore it. Not Peter O'Brien, is it? I'm reading the wrong thing.
That 86 Bentley looks massive behind the McLaren. That's twice as big.
So Neville has only been in the car for 31 minutes, so they're not stopping again.
They're not stopping again, okay.
Who else would you like to know while I'm here? Barney's not stopping again. Jackson, we know isn't stopping again.
No, I think we have Barney. Barney's P2, I think.
Yeah.
I believe that then everybody in the top 10 has done their final stop, right?
Certainly looking that way, yes.
Meanwhile, we're looking at the car 86, the Bentley of Schmidt, versus the McLaren of Pater. And that's actually for B20, so that's also one of the spots that you really want to gain. It just sounds different if you're 20, top 20 or 21.
Well, the other thing that may happen, some people that have done the final stops, is whether they've filled up enough. As you said, Rob Jackson might have took too little fuel on. I can't see that, to be honest. But other teams might have been marginal on fuel, and we're hoping to get to the end with their last stop.
Mike Abernosen is explaining in the YouTube chat that they went for new tires. It might be that Jackson decided to go fuel only. So. Yeah, well, we're looking at 86 of Schmidt. We see a couple of places down in P23. Oliver Anderson with the drive-through, which is a shame with 32 minutes to go.
So we welcome Jonas Hackler. I hope I've said that correctly. I do apologise if I haven't. Been murdering everybody's surnames throughout the race. Car 169, Team RNE ACC. How's your race gone?
Well, all things considered, quite successfully. I'd like to say. Started P6 to the race, kept clean all the way through, and
race control.
Yeah, one teeny tiny.
No further action for incident
between drive through.
720 and 28
so far.
on lap 149.
Yeah.
No further action for incident between cars 720 and 28 on lap 149.
Sorry, we just listened to a race control message there. So you had a drive-through, is that correct? Is that what you said?
Yeah, most of the race so far been quite successful, and one unfortunate drive-through for track limits that we got here during this like an hour ago about. But otherwise, so far gone pretty well. Had some nice battling with some people, and yeah, can't complain.
Yeah. So who got the final drive-through? Sorry, not the final drive-through. The final track limit penalty, was that Benjamin?
Yes, it was Ben. Unfortunately, I don't know if he I don't know if he got 1 or 2, but at least he said he was under the impression that we were fine on the warnings, and accidentally got himself a 4th warning that granted us drive through there. That put us just behind P2 now, so we were running in P2 earlier quite comfortably, but yeah, we're still hoping. Hopefully the BMW's tires start giving up, so he still might have a chance.
Yeah, because you're only so your car sideways there. So you're only 6.8 seconds behind with 30 minutes to go. Anything can still happen in the race. You participated last season for the majority of the season, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think every race last season we did. We obviously drove in the Ferrari that season, and we really enjoyed ourselves. We like the organization that you guys have here, and yeah, it's just a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to have you, and certainly for you to return for a second grueling season. We welcome you.
Jonas, question from Dimitri here. I noticed that you are one of the cars that got the stint timing especially right. You know, you were right there with the stints. Didn't do a pit stop too much. Is that all planned out in advance, or when is the moment that you figure out, like, you know, we are exactly going to make it with this amount of pit stops, including the stint time?
I mean, we planned it according to that is, if we don't have a lot of trouble during the race, we get a clean race, we get to box whenever, do a box pit stops as planned. Then we were counting on doing a pit stop less, essentially, instead of one per hour, as usually was the case in the previous season. So yeah, so far it's worked quite fine. Our pace and our fuel usage have been very exact. You know, we couldn't, even if the timer would have allowed us, we couldn't have fuel-wise gone any more laps than we have done during the stint so far. So it's worked out quite perfectly for us.
Yes. We did see a couple of cars in the top 10 that did have to do the extra pit stop, so that's always great when you have a plan and you can do it. There are no difficult situations that you have to adjust to the plan or go read on fuel saving. So yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, it's always you gotta count on somebody having trouble in an endurance race, right? You know, everyone just goes in with the mentality that let's not have any trouble, let's capitalize on others having trouble. But you know, it's always someone needs to have the trouble. So you know, it might be you this time. Fortunately, no trouble yet, but there's still 28 minutes to go, so anything can still happen. But I'm hoping Ben keeps it cool.
I remember a certain Le Mans race in the final lap, but let's not hope for that. Thank you, Jonas. Not sure if you have another question, Chris. Please ask them, and otherwise, thank you, Jonas.
I've got one of Chris's random questions, which always puts the fear of God through Steve. What does the RNE stand for?
It stands for Ragnation Endurance, and Ragnation is the community where all the drivers taking part in the team have learned to know each other, and we decided to create a team that was based on the community that we are running, essentially, and we're representing the entirety of Ragnation. Via that, actually, the guy in the car right now, Ben McConnell. He's going by the in-game name Raggy, so it's he's the boss of the community, so to speak. So he's representing now.
Right, thank you very much for that explanation. That's very good. That I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting something completely different. But yes, to know that you're another community joining this one for the endurance run makes it even better for us. So thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to come and join us and speak to us.
It's been a pleasure. Just have a nice half an hour.
We will try. Lights are all on now, and we're race finishing the dark by the looks of it. So let's hope there's no incidents in the closing stages, as you say.
Indeed. All right. I thank you, and I shall see you.
See you
Thanks,
soon,
guys.
my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's nice to hear that other communities. Obviously, we know full well that a lot of the teams that are entered in this event aren't from our community, but the variety of them is always welcome and always good to hear. Obviously, either attract good teams, or they hear about us and what we've done in the past. So it's great.
Yeah, it is, and it's, what I really always enjoy and appreciate is and that sim racing as a whole. I guess it's you have really fast people who are really competitive and really trying to get the most out of it, lap time wise and results wise, and you have drivers that are there for enjoying it and for the fun. But it's all respectful, and you can have both in the same race, and it just works, and everybody tries to make it work. And if I hear on a day like today, 6 hours of racing, and we have a complete hour without incidents, and in total 15 incidents, that's pretty amazing.
Very clean racing so far. Very clean. And the overtakes we've been watching some very good. Clean passes. There's been one or two, shall we say, dodgy. That are certainly on the cusp of being questionable, shall we say. But the majority that we've seen live on stream have been clean and great.
Absolutely, yeah. I remember this battle going on between the Bentley and the McLaren a couple of minutes ago. I think it was 10 minutes ago, and it doesn't look like much has changed. It's still the same half a second gap.
You have to excuse me for a second there. Whilst I yawned, I'll be honest.
I didn't hear it. But I think this is a weird battle because the Bentley, it just looks so menacing. It looks so big, like it's going to devour the McLaren, but it doesn't work that way. It's not about how big you are; it's about how fast you can drive the car. But it just looks as if the Bentley should eat the McLaren alive.
Well, the Bentley's very good over the curbs, as you see there, but the McLaren is also quite an optimum car around Silverstone. So I think you've got a balance of both differing performances, sort of balancing each other out in different ways.
Yeah, exactly. It's the McLaren, of course. It's a very aerodynamic car, and really on tracks that don't have much elevation change, but fast and corners like this, it usually works very well. I'm having a look at the number 5. It's the number 12 car actually of John Mouton. He's really closing in on P4 and Thomas Verschijk. That looks to get spicy in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, we thought. Well, I'm saying we. It was me that thought it that John would be past Van Schijk. Because of the pit stop strategies, but clearly I got that lot wrong. Not unusual.
it's good to have the race leaders on the stream as well, because they've been driving such a dominating race. They've put such a gap to P2 that it's easy to forget about them and easy to miss them on the stream. But they're not in the closest fight with other cars, but they're really driving a pretty much perfect race by the looks of it.
As you've said, they've dominated from start to finish, essentially only losing the lead whilst they've gone into the pits and others have stayed out.
Exactly, and I also appreciate that they put a bright yellow on their car, so even in the dark we can clearly spot it as commentators.
Slight mistake there. So that's in. Obviously, we were just talking to Jonas there that they're still in the battle with Odyssey Racing, driven by Blight here. So still under a lot of pressure. It's close to the end of the race.
Here they are, P3, with McConnell behind the wheel, trying to close that 6-second gap to Odyssey Racing.
It only takes, you don't know how many track cuts these have already got, let's say, in the bank. It only takes one more, and then you get that dreaded drive-through. So let's hope that the second place isn't decided on such a technicality as that.
Yeah, exactly. But if they do have a couple of drive-throughs over track cuts, you can take it a bit easier, of course, and take a little less risk. But like we said somewhere a couple of hours ago, it's sometimes it happens when you do take it a bit easier, and when you do slow down a little bit. That's when a mistake happens, and that's when you suddenly outbrake yourself, have a track cut, and drive through anyway. So it's always difficult that way. And like you said, let's hope that's not what's going to decide it in the end.
Go on, Dimitri, sorry.
I was probably going to say exactly the same as you were about to say, that this is probably the closest battle in the last 15 minutes. It's the 12 Aston Martin versus the 16 BMW, with Aston Martin looking to be a little bit of the faster car at the moment. It's Sim Racing Holland, driven by Joe Maton at the moment, partnering up with Bart Swearing, who did the previous stint.
Very similar to what I was going to say, but yours was probably going to be more informative.
I'm going to be informative right now because I was looking up which team the 16 is, and I should have known that because that's the one that all keeps confusing me. It's the 610 Motorsport.
Yes, it is.
When I say it out loud, it's just obvious. It's not confusing at all. But when I see it on paper, my brain can't handle it.
And they've closed, Sim Racing Holland have closed up that gap quite fast there, once they're released from that back marker. Was 0.7 of a gap. Let's see what the next split time tells us. But it's certainly about 0.1, 0.2, would you say? Alright, we'll go with 0.4.
Looks very close. They went through the loop pretty well, so they're not close enough to go to the inside over here, but they're definitely putting pressure on.
So as our broadcast.
No! He spins it. I think he has to go into the pit because he crossed the pit line. I wanted to say, but I thought he was actually a bit further on, and he was between the pit walls.
Now, does that give car 61 a chance on Sim Racing Holland now? Because he'll be carrying damage for the next 16 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was quite a hit onto the barrier. Into the barrier, probably.
So it was a 4-second gap. Let's see what the next split says.
I think it came down by a second or something.
Yeah, so it's down to 3.2. Obviously, Jean has lost 8 seconds to Banchek. So that's he won't get P. It's unlikely he'll get P4 now, but he may have to defend for P5.
Yeah, we know he's a really fast driver. It's just a matter of how much damage does he have.
Strange how quickly that turned around as well. Not the car itself, but we were hoping for an overtake and a battle. But now it looks like he might end up having to defend rather than race.
Could very well be, yeah.
Yeah, it's come down to 2.7 seconds now for the gap between Letton and Neville.
It's going to be interesting to see, indeed, if Neville can advance and see if we can grab P5 in the last 40 minutes.
Abernol's are 5.5 seconds behind Jackson.
Well, I see in the chats that I'm not allowed to talk about track cuts by my GT4 teammate Barcelona, probably because we both did too many last race.
Is he picking on you again?
Yeah, and on himself, I guess. But
well, all you have to do.
It was a team effort. Let's put it that way.
All you have to do is remind him of Driver 1 connections. That's all you have to do.
That's also true. I was having a look at this battle as well. It's a P19, 20, 21 battle. They were very close together as well. But we were, of course, watching Jean Beton. So it's good to see that there are still a couple of battles going on that are really close.
But last time we saw this battle, it was the opposite way around. It was the Bentley hunting down the McLaren.
It was. You're correct. Yeah. So Schmid did manage to make the move somewhere, and he's now at P19. And he might. He's very close to Westcamp as well, so he has an opportunity to gain place, another place to P18. It's 12:45 to go. It's really getting dark right now.
Yes. Track temperature 12 degrees. 5 kilometers an hour wind. Dark. I feel like it when it's dark. We don't like a full race in the dark. Really messes with Steve's camera work.
It is really fun to drive in the dark, and but for us as commentators, it's a bit more difficult to pick out who's who. And but it's nice the way it is right now. You know, when you have the time progression, and the drivers have to adapt to it as well, because it is quite different to drive in the dark compared to when it's daylight. And they had the sun setting as well, and you do have to adapt to that.
I don't mind driving in the dark, in all honesty. It's slightly more challenging, but you do surprisingly still be able to see your brake markers and know where you're braking, and that's why I said brake markers, turning points, and all that nice stuff that goes with it. Do you find the same?
Yeah, I don't mind it either, and it depends a bit on the track, to be honest. And and whether they where the brake markers are. Sometimes they're a bit difficult to see, and then in the dark they're even more difficult to see. But usually, I'm fine with it. I kind of like it. We do see that Neville is now within a second from P5, so he is definitely gaining on John Baton, and so we still get our battle, Chris. It's just not between Schaik and Baton, but it's between Baton and Neville.
Yeah.
With 10 minutes to go and this battle going on, it's difficult to get a good view on it, maybe. But Steve, we have a request on the chat for a replay for P26, and the request is by Patrick Prince. So I suppose it's their car as well. Yeah, I'm having a look if I can find out which lap it is. And, maybe Patrick can add that to the chat and we can have a look if we can find it within 10 minutes.
Meanwhile, Neville's closed the gap down to 0.666.
It's just a shame that he's not driving the car 666.
No, that's further down the field in 11th at the moment.
So it looks like McConnell from Team RNE, is it? It's once again, it's my eyesight. It looks like they are pretty secure on P3 right now, and P1 was pretty certain for quite a while, unless they made some really big mistakes. And we have Klaibani on second position, car number 5 BMW of Odyssey Racing. And then we have RNE on third position.
Yeah, and Neville's dropped back slightly from Baton.
Yeah, 610. Thomas Schaik seems to be holding on to that gap to John Baton, and for P5 it's between the two. So 7 minutes to go. Yeah, I think better for P5. That's the main one. Maybe for Steve, broadcaster. Yeah, exactly. While busy trying to find a replay and also trying to fulfill our requests. It's a busy job.
167 from the loop to Luffield. If that helps you, Stephen. Oh, I think that's happened with you.
It's going to be exciting because the number 12 Aston Martin of Sim Racing Holland is coming up to some back markers right now, so that might come into play in the battle for P5.
We are watching live now.
What I do find Chris, that when it's dark, it gets more difficult for me to recognize where on track they are. I really have to look at the track map.
Yes, but to be honest, I have to do that in the light as well. I sometimes, even when driving, sometimes lose myself where I am on the track. I don't know if you've ever experienced that. Just have a moment of blankness then go, oh, I'm actually here, where you think you're somewhere else.
Yeah,
On some tracks, some corners are very similar.
Usually that's about 1 second before I completely miss my brake marker. And then I realize, right, I'm on this part of the track. So
race
One
control,
back,
race
getting out of the
control.
way.
Drive-through penalty
yeah, we have
for
to
car
replay that, which was
821,
requested.
causing a collision with car 420
By
on lap 156.
Patrick Prince and his team.
Drive-through penalty for car
And it's some
821 for causing a collision with
door
car
to direction.
420 on lap 156.
While letting, I think that's Mike Abrosa. While letting Mike Abrosa by, that's some close racing.
Again, very clean.
Indeed.
So whilst we're watching that replay, there's been a drive-through for car 821 causing a collision with car 420 on lap 156. That's penalty has now been applied. Surely mean that they'll drop from 23rd place. Obviously much further down the grid.
Well, we enter the final 5 minutes. We still have Jonathan on P5 and Neville in P6. So that's Sim Racing Holland versus NRE battling out for P5 with 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Nice camera work, Mr. Crowley. Not bad at this. You ever thought of taking this up as a hobby?
You can see the dirt getting thrown into there when they go through maggots and dragons. Especially in the dark, it looks very dramatic. It's one of those moments there, Chris, where if you're Neville and you're that close to P5, but you also realize now there's 3 minutes left. If I want to make move, I really have to commit to it and really go for it. But do I want to take that risk and maybe crash out with 3 minutes to go after a 6-hour race, or are you just gonna go for the gap?
Quality. Get out of the way, that car 666. Steve, I'm sorry to have to ask this, but you do picture in picture with Abranosa and Jackson, they're only second behind as well. Now he's closed down that big gap. Possible.
You're correct, sir, Chris. I missed it because I was focused on the P5 battle, but there's the same battle going on for P7.
How do you want to do this, Dimitri? Do you want me to watch the top one, you watch the bottom one?
Yeah, sure. And the bottom one for me, that's what it is.
Neville and Baton.
That's Neville and Baton. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that one.
From my point of view, I think they're clear of any cars at the moment, so this should be a battle to the end, really. No interference from any other cars.
Yeah, I think for P5 it looks the same indeed, and we have 1 minute 30 left. Looking at the track map, where are they? It's probably 1 or 2 laps, so Neville really needs to either make a move and commit to it, because otherwise it might be too late. And Yeah, that's the decision that you have to make. Are you going to risk it? You can't risk it all. You do have to have an opportunity.
Yeah. For me, I think it's under a second now, this gap. So they're just gone past the new big complex. Go around the loop. It's the Wellington straight. There's not going to be much time left. The leader is going to be crossing the line to start his final lap anytime soon. We're hearing that the leader is now on his final lap.
So that means that I'm hoping that none of the teams will have really cut it close with the fuel. With 15 seconds left, and there is another lap. So of course that also means that Neville does have another opportunity to have one final go at P5, and the same for Jackson and Renault. And Jackson needs to hold on one more lap for P7.
I'm not sure he's going to here. He's coming down the hanger straight. Get closer and closer.
This is exciting racing, Chris, because same goes for Neville. It's really close.
Yeah, I think Jackson's just managed to do it because Abranoza made a mistake going into Stowe, run a bit wide. Unfortunately, have to lead these battles and follow the race leader as he is on the last half of his final lap.
Yeah, and what a race by them. I have to. I can only applaud for it.
Yes, they've done really well, haven't they? We've not really seen a great deal of them, but every time we've seen them, they're every time we do see them, they're actually on track and not on the side of the road or any misdemeanors. So, and here we go. Team Racing Point car 138 finished the race in such a dominant style.
Flashing the lights, rightfully so.
Black Barney and Odyssey Racing, crossing the line in second place, but look how far back he is. He's just come into the loop. Got all the Wellington straight to do.
Meanwhile, we do see that P4, 5, 6, 7, 8 have actually crossed the finish line and finished the race. Oh, we're waiting still for P2.
So only the top three are on the lead lap. Follow up. Clyde coming across the start finish line. Take second place.
So that's second place for Odyssey Racing. Great job.
And then third place Ben McConnell for R&E. And that's it. We will hopefully have some drivers in for some interviews very shortly. But after 6 hours of racing, to still have some battles near the end, Dimitri, it's certainly great to watch. Certainly going down to the last lap battles. We're not sure what happened at the end there, but we think that there was contact between Abranoza and Jackson, but I'm sure we'll find out at some stage.
That's amazing, Chris. I mean, 6 hours of racing, and we had a really dominant race win here, and they did an absolutely great job. But behind them, P2, P3, they were really close together, and then we had that massive battle within a second for P5, and the same for P7. It's crazy to see. I really enjoyed that, and it was close, and it was exciting till absolutely the final moments.
For us to have Steve providing us with the picture-in-picture of two battles, and then having to cut away, unfortunately, to follow the leader across the finish line, it just goes to show that even after 6 hours of racing, it was still close battles. I think I might have just repeated myself, and I think I'm exhausted.
Yeah, and I'm sure a bit further down the field, there were some close battles as well, and in those final stages you can't show them all, of course, but it was just great to see. Great to see on the chat on YouTube that there are lots of people really enjoying this race. Apparently, the place of P25 was also within 1 second, 1.2 second to the other car. So it's great, and then I must compliment all the drivers. The amount of incidents that we noticed, we saw was really low, and compared to the amount of driving that has been done with these amounts of cars for 6 hours.
Yeah, I absolutely echo exactly what you just said there. Good, a lot of clean racing, as I mentioned earlier in the stream. A few dubious incidents, but all in all, we hope that everybody, all the drivers and teams, have enjoyed the event. And I'm frantically trying to remember where the next event's at, which I think is at Nurburgring, which would be in April, if I've got my calculations slightly right there. I can't tell you the exact date.
If you're gonna have a look at that, Chris, and I will have a look at our top 10. Might be nice to do a team racing point, 1 P1 on P2. I believe that was Odyssey Racing, P5. Yeah, it was Odyssey Racing indeed. Third place was Team RNE, and then on fourth place we have car 61. That's JDoc Simsport Blue. Fifth is car number 16, which is 610 Motorsport. And we have the really close battle for P6. I thought actually that John Baton was P5, so I'm not sure if I'm right here. We'll put him up, of course. I think we have some people for the interview at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, so let's drag in our second place team. James Mead and Clyde Barney of Odyssey Race. Right, James, welcome. Congratulations on your second place.
Thanks.
How was that race for you?
That was an enjoyable, boring at some parts, very enjoyable at some others. To summarize it a bit short, I got a good start, immediately got P2, managed to keep P2 until I messed up my pit stop. After that, got jumped by the Macca, but luckily they spun in front of us, so that helped us get P2 back for quite a while. And I think from my side the first two stints weren't that exciting. Then we had James.
My first stint was, I wasn't happy with my first stint at all. I couldn't get comfortable in the car, so I'm glad that we got it back to P2 in the end with Clay's mega stint.
Yeah, but your second stint was mega, to be fair. You putting pressure on Reggie was, let's say, all you needed to do, because in the end, that's what got him the drive-through in the end.
Yep, that could have helped. But thanks for putting this on, guys. It was a really good event. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah, definitely.
Glad you enjoyed it. So, you're normally a three-man team. Obviously, I know that because you messaged me Matus could not make it today. Next event at Nurburgring on the 23rd of April. I'm guessing you'll be joining us, and will you be a 2-man team or a 3-man team then?
I hope a 3-man team, if Matas manages to fix his wheel by then, should do at least, because that was the reason why I couldn't take part this time. And it should be a bit better on tire wear as well for the Beamer compared to here.
Yep, hopefully. The tyre wear at the end of the stint, really struggling with that. The pace just felt like F1 from a couple of years ago when it just dropped off a cliff.
Right, okay. Well, that sort of explains something that we were discussing on the stream about another team, which I won't bore you with.
Well, there was also BMW indeed, and it looked like tires were dropping off massively, and that's will basically confirmed by you guys now.
Yeah, it was only the last stint where it started to feel better actually. It was funny because usually you would get graining on the front tires and you would get a lot of understeer throughout the stint. But in the last stint it was, let's say, because you didn't get that graining, you actually got a lot of oversteer once the tires wore.
Yeah, it became more difficult to handle. I mean, I know I haven't checked the actual data from this race, but I know in practice I think I did about 15 laps and I already had significant graining and blisters on the left-hand front tyre, so it was always going to be a bit of a fight for the long stints.
And the next event is an 8-hour race as well. So if you do end up with 2 of you, that's 4 hours apiece. Even I can work that out this time of night on a Saturday. With more alcohol inside me.
But we still have 75 minute stints for next round as well, I assume, right?
Never assume anything with our community, do you?
True. That's true. I didn't expect the 75 minute stints today, to be honest.
We will announce the details about 2 weeks before.
Yeah, sure.
If we can. Obviously, appreciate this first event was not a rushed event, but we have had less time to prepare it as we have between now and the next event.
Still looked really well organized.
Thank you very much. I think we've got a great admin team, great stewards team. The broadcast team's alright. Saying that because I just want a reaction off him, but he's not giving it me. Commentary seemed very dubious, but we'll improve. But we can't hold this event without teams and drivers like yourselves taking part. So thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you at Nurburgring.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and excuse me, thank you for dealing with the very short notice issue with Matas that you touched on. And just want a big shout to I think it's Raggy's team and to the leaders. They drove awesome. It made it a good fun race at the end.
Definitely.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come into the commentary box and explain your race to us. Yeah, we look forward to the next event in Nurburgring.
Yeah, see you next race.
Yep, see you next race.
Take care, gentlemen. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Right. So, Dimitri, Steve, can I bring you in as well? Let's have a quick chat about what we've witnessed today. 6-hour event. Final thoughts?
Fantastic event to kick the season off. That really, to be fair, dominant performance from the winners. Obviously, would be maybe nice to see someone challenge them at the next round, but we shall have to wait and see. I think the first round, even when it's the first round of a championship where everybody's raced before, it's always a little bit of a put the benchmark down, isn't it, sort of thing, put your stake in the sand, whatever terminology or phrase you want to use, but you're putting your markers out there, and it's we had a good race, and the thing I'll take away from the event today for me was the amount of really good, close, clean overtakes, lots of good battles, a couple of little bits of contact here and there, but even when there was contact, lots of respectful driving where they waited, they knew they'd done wrong and they waited to give the position back. So great stuff.
Yeah, call that, and Dimitri.
Yeah, same here. Really look forward to the next race. It was close battling up to the last second, and great weather in Silverstone, so that was nice to see. And it was great fun. It was great fun to join you in the commentary booth, and also with some of the interviews and seeing the reactions of all the drivers that are enjoying it. that's great fun. Proud of the race, of the community, and let's go for the next one.
Yeah, and I think we should massive thank you to everybody that stuck with the stream and watched it and listened to, as you said, Chris, our dubious opening. Thanks to all the commentators that came and rescued us, and especially you, Dimitri, who stuck with us for hours and hours. And special thanks, I think, to the stewards as well, who've done an awesome job, although they maybe weren't as busy as they could have been, which is good, but they did a great job.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that as well. I was going to thank Kieran for joining us for that stint of time he did in the booth.
Yeah, absolutely awesome.
Anybody that wants to join us for any future events, more than welcome. DM myself or Steve for the chance to come and talk waffle with us in the commentary booth. I think for now, that's the end of this stream for Silverstone.
It's the end of the endurance stream, but tomorrow night we have got Renault Clio Cup on AC. We're not racing on Tuesday night, are we, Chris? So we've got no races next week. But then a week on Sunday, we then have the iRacing. We have TCRs on iRacing, and then we're back to normal with GT3s or GT4s on a Tuesday evening. So, as Chris said earlier, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and we usually do have 2 or 3 streams a week for you to watch.
So all that remains then is to thank everybody. Thank you for the viewers to watch. Team Racing Point 138 dominate the first endurance race of the SSRi season, and obviously Racing finishing second, and Team RNE finishing third. So thank you, drivers, commentators, waffling now, stewards, broadcast team, and most of all the viewers that took the time to put up with our waffle. Thank you very much.
Good night.